Hello? Um, Calm down. Calm down. Okay. We would like to remind everyone that we will be having an ESIAP family photo. So for those who are in the East and Southeast Asia and the Pacific, please go in front. We will have a group photo. We don't know who's the photographer, but if in case we ask courtesy of a specific person to take a photograph for us. And then we would like to remind everyone that starting today, the 16th, we are all live streamed. Okay? Thank you. Asia people, please go in front. We will have a group photo. Come. Who brought a camera? Or we just use a mobile phone? Again, we would like to remind everyone this is an Asia group family photo. You want? No, he has a professional photograph, but
Wando, turn off the. Everyone just watch
can we turn off the projector for a while?
Yes.
Where's?
Morning. Very nice outside. This is Malaysia. Yeah. Amazing. The jungle, the wild jungle.
Excuse me, sorry. William，可不可以？William 要开始了。
Can I go to the washroom first before we start?
Just quickly go. You'll be fine. Trying. You want to be in the front at the beginning to show people who you are? Yeah, Johnny, maybe don't go yet. Johnny, 1 second. And ask somebody to take your photo. At the beginning, gonna say this is the intern.
Welcome.
No, I'm just asking people to all stand in the front. So if you come, so just don't push it.
Someone will take another photo.
No, just to tell people this is
Okay,
the
I will
people.
introduce
Yes.
everybody.
No, you don't. Everybody introduce themselves. Okay, I'm doing it.
Just ask them if you want to avail the translation services, wear your
Headphone.
headphones and then
Log into Evente.
Event.
Event yet. Should I use? Okay, so everyone. We're starting the second day of ECS Summit program. And just want to remind everyone, today's session is live stream and also recorded. So just want to make sure everyone's aware of this. And of course, in this event, we also follow the Universal Code of Conduct. And there's also the Etherpad link in the documentation part in the ECS Summit meta page. So if you want to take any notes, you can do so. So I think before we start, perhaps we can give a big welcome to our ECF Hub Intern Committee members and for them to introduce themselves.
Hello. Hello, good morning to everybody. I would suggest you come closer if it's possible.
Sorry, there's something, very sorry. Yes, and sorry.
Also say it in Chinese.
Yes, I'm sorry. Sorry, before we go to the ECF Hub Intern Committee, just reminding everyone there's interpretation service. If you want to use that, please log into Event EA, select 325, which is our room number. There's Mandarin and Indonesian interpretation. If you want to use it, please also use your headphone, and then you will be able to connect to it. 如果你想要使用中文口译的话，使用Event EA，然后 login 选 Room 325，然后就可以使用了。And in Indonesian, Rahma? Dodi.
Oke, untuk Anda yang ingin mendengar dalam bahasa Indonesia terjemahan dari sesi ini, silakan login ke
Event Y?
event
Y?
event Y, ruang 325. Ngerti kan? Oke, sip.
Okay, so can the ECF Hub Intern Committee members to come just to like say hi to everyone? Okay. Rahma? And if, yeah, and if, can you ask Reka? Butch, do you want to? And also Nangara, where's Nangara? And Joyce? As the previous. Yeah, so there's former members and the current member, but our hub committee, interim committee was formed in the ECF conference 2022. And so just want to make sure that everyone actually know these are the committee members who have been working very hard for the past decade and months. And I don't know if everyone wants to give a quick introduction just to say who you are, where you're from, which group or which community do you contribute to. Okay, from Rahma.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rahmat from Wikimedia Indonesia. I have been involved in the ISIAP Hub Interim Committee since November last year. And my contribution in the Interim Hub Committee is to decided that what we have done so far today, including the R&R documents and something like that. So I think that's it from me. Thank you. Next. Dodi.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Dodi from the Malaysia User Group. I'm part of the ECAP Hub Committee since last year. And we're all here to present to you what we have been doing in the past 1 year, more or less. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I don't think I need much introduction. I'm from the Philippines, and I've been engaged with ASEAP since the very first meeting, and even before that. I would like to greet everybody a good morning, and I hope we have a very productive day.
Hello, I'm Rick from Taiwan, and I bring some stick, say Taiwan support ESAP Hub. If you love it, you can, yeah, you can get it from me or from the table near the door or from the card table in lobby. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Belinda Spry from Wikimedia Australia, and I have been on the Interim Hub since it was formed in late last year in November. And yeah, just want to welcome everyone today. Thank you for coming to our session.
Hello, I'm Asoma from Wikimedia Australia and Wikimedia Thailand. I'm joined ECM Hub last year, and thank you.
Hi, I'm William, user 1233 from the Hong Kong user group. So I joined the Interim Hub at February or March, yeah, to help out. So thanks.
Hello everyone, I'm Joyce from Wikimedia Taiwan, and I remember my first ESAP community meeting was somehow in 2019. And then I also started with the Intern Hub Committee last year, November in the Sydney. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Butch. I think I'm already introduced myself and the number of times, but again, I'm in the ECAP since the first conference. I could not claim that I'm the pioneer. I know that there are more pioneers than me, but yeah, I'm in the Interim Hub Committee since it was conceived in the ECAP conference, but I have to step down because of for the general management of the Wikimania event, and we wish you all the best for the ECAP Summit.
We also have Nangara in the committee until July, but I think Nangara is not in the room. Yeah, okay, but just want to let everyone know that Nangara has been contributing to this committee as well. And I'm very sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Vivian, facilitator for the ECAP region from the foundation. I'm here to support the committee. Yeah, okay. Okay, and so I think we can start our session. Just to share with everyone today's agenda, in the first... Rahma, can you hold for a second? Just gonna quickly... Thank you. So for the first session, the intern committee member will walk us through what is ECAP Preparatory Council and walk us through about the role, the structure overview, and also the discussion on voting process and decision-making for all different kinds of seats. And in the second session later at 11:15, we will have breakout session for everyone to discuss about the four formal ECAP roles, the permanent roles, and how everyone see it for the future. So that's for the preparation for the next election, not for the one that's happening soon, but for the one that's going to take place in 2024 around ECF conference. Okay, so on that note, passing over to Belinda to walk us through the roles of Preparatory Council.
Thanks, Vivian. Thanks, everyone, again for coming this morning. I think some of you were here last night when we had some really useful and constructive discussions on some ideas that we went away last night and spent many hours really working through and really listening to the feedback that we received yesterday. We spent many hours past midnight working through all of the concepts that people presented to us, all of the messages, all of the ideas, and we have now finalised our decisions, and we have want to present today what we have come up with as the outline, the structure, and the overview for the Preparatory Council. So after a lot of discussion, we have decided that the council will consist of 9 seats. 4 of those seats will be comprised of AFCOM recognised affiliates from the ECAP region. There will then be 3 community-based seats, again comprised by groups from across the ECAP region, and we have also developed the role for 2 individual seats for the individual voice to be heard from across the ECAP region. So we will have a 4-3-2 format or structure to make sure that there's a balance and we have equity and people can have their voices heard on the council. We also wanted to make sure that people are aware that by having a seat on the council, other groups are not missing out. There will still be ways for all voices to be heard. We are really aware that in this huge region, there are so many groups, so many underrepresented people, cultures, languages, and at any time, anyone is welcome to speak up, contact a member of the council, attend an ECAP community meeting, pick up the phone, write an email. There are many ways for your voice to be heard, and it is, please don't feel that by your country or your culture or the area that you are from, by not having a seat on the council, that you are missing out. You are not missing out. We really want to make sure that everyone is represented and can be heard. So we hope that this structure will be a balance that we're seeking across the region and will be a way forward. The other point that we want to remind everyone of is that this is still another short-term interim preparatory council. There will be another election for the formal governance, which will be, we are planning to have that by the next ECAP summit in Malaysia in 2024. So this is again a short-term group. There will be further opportunities in 2024 when the formal board is convened. Other points to make are that we will be opening after the session today the nomination for affiliates, for community groups and for individuals. So those links will be available on Meta. Once we have the results of that, we will proceed to the voting stage. We are hoping to give, or we have aimed to give communities and individuals 2 weeks for that to happen. We believe that will be enough time, and we should have the results by somewhere around early September. We do have more information on Meta. I think that will be available in translation soon. We were typing this last night, so we haven't had chance to get full translations yet today, but it is something that we aim to make available. The other thing to mention about the Preparatory Council is that we want its work to be very focused. We want the Preparatory Council to really look at the roles and responsibilities document and really work and consult with the community to find out and receive more feedback on how that should be structured. So after morning tea today, there will be a session here in this room on that. We will be asking questions and we want to hear from you, your feedback on that. We also have listed the documents that we believe that the Preparatory Council will need to review and finalise. There will be, first of all, the roles and responsibilities document, but other documents to support the grant plan. So the theory of change document and possibly developing a learning plan, because we really think that in the first year of the official ECAP hub, there will be a need for times to stop, pause, reflect on what has been achieved, and to also ask some key questions about how can we proceed going forward. So we really want to have, it won't be a large document, we don't think, but some kind of a learning plan so that along the way there is time to review what is happening. We have also stipulated that if the Preparatory Council do prepare the grant plan in a short space of time and they submit that and it does receive, it's successful in receiving funding from the foundation, then that money will be held until the election of the formal governance roles. We want the Preparatory Council to concentrate on developing the policies, and when the formal governance roles are elected, they will be the ones to put the plan into action and set about the activities and the tasks that the hub will be doing. So I think we have summarised all of that in our page on Meta. We might now look more closely at the roles and what happens for the affiliate seats, the community seats, and the individual seats. So I think, Dodie, you're going to be talking about Johnny, you're talking about the affiliate seats. I might just invite Johnny to come up and talk about that. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, we have 13 affiliates now in ECUP. And the 13 affiliates will have to nominate themselves, although they may prefer not to. They are not obliged, but they may nominate themselves for seats in the Preparatory Council. Now, is it clear enough on the screen?
Not this one.
It only have 100.
Wait for a moment. 150, how many? 175. 就这样子吧。
Up, up.
That's down.
Down.
Down, okay, down. Yes. Yes.
Everybody's accounted for. Do we have representatives here in this room for each of the 13? Is there anyone here who is not available? A little bit of levity here. Okay, so we have Wikimedia Australia. Raise your hand. Wikimedia Indonesia. The next one is? Korea. Very good. Philippine Wikimedia Community User Group. Raise your hand, please. Okay. Wikimedia Community User Group Malaysia. Vietnam Wikimedians User Group. All right. Wikimedia User Group of New Zealand. Very good. Myanmar Wikimedia Community User Group. Taiwan Wikimedians User Group.
They are not in the room, but they are here. They are in Wikimania, but not in the room.
But they're here in this building. Okay. Wikimedia Community User Group Hong Kong. Very good.
In a sense.
Wikimedia Taiwan. Wikimedia Thailand. And Wiki Advocates Philippines User Group. I know they're in the building.
Taiwan?
Yes.
Taiwan.
All right. Anyway, here are the rules of engagement. There are 9 seats comprising the entirety of the preparatory council. We have partitioned the council into 3 portions. There will be 3 seats for the. There will be no. I'm starting backwards. There will be 3 seats for the communities. There will be 4 seats for the affiliates. And there will be 2 seats available for individual nominees. I think this is a very fair. It took us some length of time discussing this consideration, and I believe this will be the best possible partitioning and a division of tasks for the preparatory council. Okay, affiliates intending to participate in the voting processes may nominate a candidate from their membership. The candidate must be from the affiliate itself to represent their chapter or user group in the preparatory council. So there will be no external candidate or nominee. Each affiliate may vote up to a maximum of 4 candidates to the preparatory council. However, there will be no redundant voting. There shall only be 1 vote for each candidate. There will be no doubling of votes. All votes of any affiliate will be nullified if the affiliate voted for more than 4 candidates as well. So there is really a maximum. Each chapter or user group can only vote for 1 candidate once. This has been already stated. And if needed, an affiliate may abstain from voting or may vote for less than the maximum number of 4 votes. Voting twice by an affiliate for the same candidate will nullify its entire cast of votes. We have a timeline. Nomination starts and ends 16th to 17th. Today and tomorrow. And the voting starts on the 18th. This is configured this way in order to give the affiliates sufficient time to consider amongst themselves whom their nominee would be, to identify their nominee. And the voting will conclude on the 19th. And this will be done on Meta. We will need the Meta page now.
This one? No?
Yes?
Thanks, Johnny. The community process for the community seats. Again, these will be seats exclusively reserved to people from the ECAP verified communities. Communities must have a Wikimedia meta presence or have some kind of Wikimedia project page. It can be Wikipedia, Wiki Commons, whatever, but you must have an active project page. Not a proposal, but have been active for 12 months. We want to make sure that people have that track record in the region in order to qualify in the voting and nominating process for those 3 seats. Otherwise, the community that intends to participate, if you are a reasonably new group, you must be endorsed by your country's affiliate, so that we have groups in good standing that we know will be part of the council. ECAP, yep, ECAP, ECAP country, sorry. A community intending to nominate a candidate to the council, must have, that member must be in good standing. Qualified ECAP communities can register as voters and or may nominate their candidates until the last day of Wikimania. Oh, I think did we extend that? No, last day. Yeah, last day of Wikimania. Yep. Each community that has successfully registered as a voter, may vote for a maximum of 3 candidates. And one of these candidates you can vote for your own community group. But again, similar to the rules for affiliates, a community voting twice for the same candidate will nullify your votes overall. And affiliates will not be able to participate in the community voting process. We want affiliates to vote for affiliates, community groups to vote for communities, and when we look at the individual section, you'll see it's individuals to vote for individuals. So yeah, we have the dates there. The nominations will open shortly today through to the 19th, and voting will start on the 20th of August, and then community groups have 2 weeks through till the 2nd of September to place their votes. And now over to individual seats. Dodie?
Okay, first we have the affiliate seat for those registered in those 13, and we have also the second one, the community seat. Let's select those community from Timor-Leste, which hasn't been formed as an affiliate, user group, or chapter. And also we have the third one, which is the individual, which is those who are active in the Wikimedia movement but do not belong to any of the affiliate or the community, so they may register themselves individually. And as you can see here, of course, within from the ISIAP country region, and we of course we not to let this like become like an open-ended nomination. We do have some certain criteria on who are eligible for this, which are at least if you edit in English Wikipedia, you need to have at least an auto-patrolled status, or if you edit in other languages of or any other Wikimedia projects, you need to be at least an admin, let's like an admin of Chinese Wikiquote, admin of Indonesian. Okay, you name it. Wikiquote. Who else? I mean, what page which is highly language based? Wikiquote, Wikipedia, not Commons, not Wikidata.
Wikinews.
Wikinews, Wikivoyage. Yeah. The Tagalog Wikivoyage. Incubator. Sadly, no, because I mean, once you've been officially launched out from incubator, then only it shows that you have achieved something. I mean, we need to see something like as a milestone. You need to be an admin. You need to be something like that. I mean, we need to have some certain amount of like a milestone achievement to see that you're just not an ordinary editor in which you can just simply make 100, 1,000 edit and that's it. I mean, you don't contribute more, because here is a hub is more beyond the normal Wikimedia editor. I mean, you need to take care of the offline activities as well as the online. So you need to go slightly beyond what an online editor is. Also, if you're holding any position in Wikimedia global communities, that one can be accepted as well. And the starting nomination starts by today. Today is 16, right? Yep, okay, yeah, 16 until slightly longer until the end of ISIAP. Voting starts the day after ISIAP and it concludes 2 weeks after until the early of September anywhere on Earth. So my apology because we haven't linked to the previous affiliate and community. But then, for example, for the individual, okay, so basically you just, okay, I'm not voting here. I mean, I'm just putting as an example. So basically, this is how you should cast your vote. Person one, let's say like William. Person two is, you be the person two? Johnny. And then you cast your vote below the person's name using the signature. So username, date. Just follow this template, but for the maybe I can brief you the previous two, the affiliate and then the community. Go up. For the affiliate, okay, you need to also write down your affiliation right after your name, and then for the community, okay, you just write your name and also your community name. Of course, preferably, I mean, if you have a meta page, you write down your meta page. If not, then whatever page that you have, the Wikipedia page, of course, you need to do some inter-wiki link. If you're not sure, then I think there's a page especially on how to do the inter-wiki link to meta from all Wikimedia projects. So basically, that's all from me. So I'll give the mic to Vivian.
Okay, so questions?
We will have question and answer sessions.
I want to add a little bit things.
Yeah,
also. Okay. There would be a nomination page also. So you're seeing here as an affiliate nomination. So basically you need to fill in all the blanks. It's blank right now, so you need to fill in all these blanks to fulfill the whole nomination process. So it's the same for community. And if your community is not like automatically eligible for nomination, then you will need a endorsement from an affiliate. Yeah, and then for individual seats, apart from your name, you also need a person to nominate you. Yeah. So that's all for the nomination.
Yeah, and just to add, the affiliate refer there is referring to the 13 ECAP affiliates regarding the endorsement. Yeah. Okay, so questions?
Yes, about the criteria for individuals voting, what is the cutoff date and time of an individual satisfying any one of those three, successful, to be qualified? Because it doesn't mention at what point an individual need to attain one of those three. Yeah. Yeah. Does it have a cutoff date or time that an individual must reach or satisfy one of those three? Because the voting period is very long, and let's say if an individual only satisfy at the beginning of the 2nd of September,
Yep. So the cutoff date, logically, it will be the end of the nomination, so 19th. So we will try to find out who is eligible and who is not eligible before voting starts.
Whoever gets the vote also have to have the same fulfill any of the three criteria, or voters qualify. It's different from to be nominated. Basically, who can be candidate and a voter, do they?
If I may, 16th to 19th, I believe, is sufficient time for individuals to nominate themselves for one very important observation, that they should be actively engaged with ECUP. It would be
He's asking the voters, the qualification for voters.
yeah, in the same token, the voters themselves who are actively engaged with ECUP would be the best voters possible. Because it would be sad for somebody just to drop in and vote and then step out. They have to be engaged. It's necessary. You say otherwise? We'll give you the microphone.
So sorry. Because everyone in the countries in ECAP is actually affected by decisions made by the ECAP Hub, if they're in the Wikimedia community, even if they've never heard of ECAP Hub, then they actually all do have an interest, not just the folks who are actively engaged in ECAP Hub itself. So it is important that the whole community is aware of this and able to vote.
So we haven't thought of if there's a limit. So probably it's best for us to consult.
Yeah. How do we inform the whole community of ECUP on this?
We have a mechanical problem here. It's really mechanical, more than philosophical.
It's a Houston problem, actually, I would say. So I think the seats were decided yesterday for popular. The two seats were decided for popular voting. Yeah, if I'm correct.
Yes, because from the yesterday meeting, some of you raised up this inquiry, so we've decided to have this two seat based on popular voting. Of course, basically we cannot really, technically we cannot really filter on the voters. We cannot really filter who are they, as long as, but we want to be open as much as possible. We want to be transparent as much as possible. Then at the same time, of course, where we want to avoid any sock puppet, we want to avoid any people just randomly voting for the sake of voting, having that one sole edit on the voting. So let's see first on how it turns out, and then we will do some fine-tuning on the total voting, whether we will just accept it as it is, random people make 3-4 sock puppets, then to vote. Of course, in a way we can easily detect that and we can filter that out. But again, we're trying to we are trying to finalize this. It's not perfect, but I think this is so far the best that we can come out with what we have right now with all of the resources and then from all of the input that you gave us yesterday.
With regards to say that we decide on the cut-off later, I suggest that you decide on a cut-off. Even once decide later, cut off before the nomination ends, so that.
Yes, I agree on that. I agree on that.
Yeah, because if you say that you vote and then when the voting concludes on 22nd and you.
I think at least there should be a minimum, such as like apart from the creation date, it must not be a ballot, it must be a sock puppet, like those things. I think there won't be any controversy on that.
I have one question. When you mention the word like fine tuning, what kind of tuning that are you talking about? Because here you have a strict deadline about the nomination. That means like after the 19th of August, like we cannot nominate anyone else anymore. So like when you talk about fine tuning, this is not enough time like to nominate like people, because 3 days, of course, all of us here in this room, we know about the whole voting thing, but what about the people who are not in this room?
There's a problem of mandate for the interim hub committee to end at Wikimania. So we're trying to...
Yeah, you have a deadline, but we have people here. We are talking about the people. They need time to think about if they want to nominate themselves or anyone else in their community. You have a deadline, but we have people here we are talking about.
Okay, this criteria, this three is for the nominee, not for the voters. The one that I say that for the fine tuning is on the voters, the one who votes for the nominee. It's two different things.
Okay, so I just have to go back to the affiliate selection process because of just one question. So it is most likely voting, we have to organize our casting our votes through the whoever is not attending the Wikimania right now. So it is possible to vote by affiliate, like hello affiliate, but not currently not in the Wikimania. I just want to clarify.
The vote is on Meta. So
he does not need to be physically present, right?
He or she doesn't need to be physically present on Wikimania.
All right, thank you.
That's fine, that's fine. So are there any other questions? So if there are no questions, then probably. So as far as I know, the affiliates, the definition of who can vote is already decided. However, community, it will probably also be at the end of nomination. For individual seats, it seems like probably they actually need to have a bit discussion on that, on who can vote. Yeah. And I think it's here, yeah. For voters. Yeah. Yeah, voters, then just popular vote, yeah. You just talk.
The voters, like I said, I mean, it's a bit harder for us to filter that out, as in like in any other Wikimedia projects. But as a rule of thumb, it should be not just simple one edit, a new account with one edit of voting. It should not be sock puppet. Of course, we can differentiate that. I mean, we're all experienced here. We can see which one is the legitimate user or no. That one can be done 90% most of the time.
No, I'm saying that the voting starts in a few days. So presumably by 20th of August, the who gets to vote as an individual will be concluded before the 20th of August, correct?
We'll conclude before 2nd of September. Yes.
Very
can participate in the voting. Like there are volunteers in the community who do not have account, but they are very active in the community, especially in volunteer works.
Again, I mean, in any general election, presidential, prime minister, everything, before you cast a vote, you need to register as a voter. I mean, that's a rule of thumb in any election worldwide. So that we know, I mean, we can register who are the total voters eligible and who cast their vote over the total voters eligible, so we can know. So this is a very, very minimum request that we ask you as a voters. Of course, I mean, if we don't have this, we cannot trace, we cannot do statistics, we cannot see who you are. Anyone with any human being, any creature being can do the voting. So what's the point of having a voting? Also, again, by right, as a Wikimedian, whenever we do activity, offline especially, we need to have a proper documentation, either in our affiliate meta page, affiliate Wikipedia page. If you don't document that, then how we can verify that? Isn't that Wikimedia project is all about verifiability, GNG, General Notability Guidelines. So assume this is the GNG of voters. I mean, please don't ask less than this. I mean, we all have been working with this to ensure that everything that we write is notable, is not fake. We are fighting fake news. So we are also trying to fight fake voters. So I mean, this is the embedded value of Wikimedia. And so I believe you all can understand this point of view of mine. And again, I mean, this can be like an improvement for all those affiliate people working in the Wikimedia community for the near future. Let's try to be more neat in a way. Everything that you do, please properly document it in your user page, in your meta page, Wikipedia page, whatever. As long as there is a mechanism of verifiability, we can check, we can double check, triple check. Let's put it that way. I mean, this is the way we should move forward from now on. So maybe again, I mean, this is not a perfect system, but then we always try to improve ourselves from time to time. Wikipedia was never near this 20 years ago, but then we are trying to be more and more a legitimate source of information. So as the writers, the contributors, it has to be legitimate as well. That's for me.
Yeah. Sorry. Just to follow up, just what you say just now on the determination of who can vote, you say the criteria will be out on the 2nd of September. It should not be out on 2nd of September. It should be out before 20th of August. The reason for that is that so that people will know that they are eligible for voting by the 20th. Not on the 2nd. But you all say 2nd September.
It's 20th of August. We
will okay.
Determine on that. We will determine on that. We may have a little discussion on that also. Yeah.
Okay. So everyone, I think we need to proceed with breaks now, and then we will have breakout discussion in the next session, but on the formal roles for the future, so you can share your ideas, and we will do discussion and document it for the next preparatory council. Yes, so let's proceed with breaks.
Okay, during the break, I think everyone needs to be refreshed. Okay, please stand up. We're gonna do some stretching and ready for the next session. Okay, get some space for yourself. Arms up, hands up. Cool. Go to the left. Go to to the right. A little bit at the front. Then backward. Ooh. Shaking your hands. Yoo. Thank you, everyone. Okay. I'm superstar.
Okay, let's start in 1 minute. Azoma, are you here? Azoma? Okay, so before we start our second session, we have an activity that's going to be led by Azoma. Everyone, please follow instruction of Azoma. Do we have a mic?
Okay, before we start again, let's do some stretching. Yeah. Okay, stand up, please. Okay, 2 hands, 2 arms, up. Oh, stretching. Go to the left. Your left, not my left. Oh, yeah, yes, same. Yes, our left. And then right. Yes, our left again. And right again. Shaking hand. Again, make sure we are refreshed. So say, Wiki Wiki! Louder, please. Wiki Wiki! Yeah, thank you.
Hope everyone feeling refreshed after the exercise. Are we ready? Okay. Okay, so the second session, we're gonna proceed with breakout. There are 3 main questions. These questions are designed by our interim committee members that will invite everyone to discuss. So these questions are, what are the roles of the ECF Hub needs and how to put these roles in the formal governance system? And the third one will be, what are the roles belong to board members? What belongs to ECF Hub staffs? I think that many of you had the chance to already read the roles and responsibility draft on Meta. But the idea, as I understood from the committee, is to let everyone to have a fresh discussion. Really, don't restrict yourself and really imagine what would be the roles that you want and how would you want it to be. And so we gather these feedback and document them properly and pass it to the next preparatory council. Are we all set? Does anyone have question on the exercise we're doing now? Okay, so we will have 3 groups. Each group would all have some interim hub committee members there to lead the discussion. And we will allocate first 30 minutes to discuss the first question, and 20 minutes for the second question, and 10 minutes for the third question. And then after that, we will regroup for each group to share back. Okay. So 3 groups, let's see. So perhaps the attendees from this side, on Irvin's side, can be group 1.
And maybe add like 3 or 4 people, and then this side group 2, and then anyone. Okay, so maybe 5 people from anyone sitting from this chair, or 3 to 4 people get that side and form group 1, and then group 2, and the people sitting at the back can be group 3. I think that would work. So maybe like, yeah. Let's move. No, we will be discussing all questions simultaneously. So each group will discuss group 1, question 1 first, and then question 2, and then question 3. Yep.
Let's move, and each group also get a flip chart, so you can write down your ideas and your thoughts on the charts. No, we're already in the second session. Talking about the actual permanent role.
Permanent role, yeah. What will be roles and responsibilities?
For people to start fresh and then document these ideas.
Maybe they will ask
What they should want to be
Yeah.
included.
And make sure that you actually be in a group with perhaps people are not from your community, so we have a chance to really mingle with the others, hear diverse views, get to know each other, and have a fun discussion. Yeah?
Okay, so basically what we are discussing is we are drafting what to tell our future president what he or she should do to us, what help you need, what kind of support you need. So you draft it, write it down so that we can pass it to the next ASEAP Hub committee that this is what the society expect from you. This is what the community expect from you. So please disappoint us, the community, because we are the one who elect you. To put it in a simple way, that's discussion is about.
Okay, is that clear to everyone? So group one is the group, please raise your hand, group one, or you have a fancier name, which, how would you like to call yourself? And also you have an Etherpad also on the documentation page, name group one. So if you want to leave the notes there, you can also do so. And group two, can you raise your hand? And the group three? Yeah, okay. Okay, so is it clear that what we are doing right now? Everyone, do you have questions? So the idea is to write down what your thoughts are, and these are the thoughts that's going to be presented to the next preparatory council, which is to be elected in the next few days. So this is like, how would you call it? Like, this is the wishes of the people.
Yes, this is the wishes and demand of the people for our next leader in this region, ISIAP region. So please write down every single of your thoughts. Of course, I mean, don't write every single thing. Oh, I want you to treat me lunch every time I see you. Of course, no. But basically, what help, what support you need to grow your community, what help and support that you need that you're still lacking. What kind of like regional collaboration, what kind of like tools, what kind of like medium, venue that you dearly need for you to grow your community or affiliate.
Okay, so we're discussing question one right now. What are the roles the ECEP Hub needs? So the idea is for everyone to have 20 minutes discussion from... So let's have a 20 minutes discussion and have a short report back from each group, like a short share back from each group before we proceed to the second question. Sounds good? And each group all have an interim committee member there, so you can also ask them if you have any question, and I assume they will be leading the discussion there. Okay? Okay, so 20 minutes starts.
Me and Vivian will be stand by here at the front, or we'll patrol around in case you need even a more general clarification.
strongly suggest that we consider very the qualifications. It's not just a matter of the power, exert control over a certain position. We really have to think about the larger whole. Because whoever the people are which will be in the council will decide this. But the question remains, and this is what we feel, is what do you have in mind for them to accomplish? So we are now open for I should inhibit myself from giving ideas because ideas so the question is what are strengthen the region itself. Yes. So that the global community is so inclusion. Inclusion of countries underrepresented. How, let me ask you a question. How different is the hub itself from the community? What is it that the hub itself can do that the community is not able to do? To accomplish what objective? But what are those? So networking. Jeremy, right?
Hi, everyone. Sorry to interrupt. Just to share that we still have 8 minutes to discuss for the first question. And after that, remember that each group, you should have a volunteer or two to present a summary of your discussion in the group. Yeah? Okay, we're regrouping in 1 minute. Okay, we still have a lot of discussion time, but I think we may need to have a report back from each group on question 1. Azuma, come Yao to tell everyone to report back. Just do something to get people's attention, because people is not listening to me. Just say something that people will focus and do the report back. Just say, hey, something, I don't know. You do something, please.
Let's sit back.
I
can't think. Okay, everyone. Sorry to interrupt. Let's. Are you sure? 1 minute. Okay, hurry up. Time's up, please.
Tell people to do something, so get people's attention to do that thing. I don't know, raise their hand or whatever you think.
Okay, try to finish soon, as quick as now. Okay, I'm so sorry to say now. Okay, stand up, please. Refresh again and again. Okay, this time not just only hands. Now we do feet too. Woo! 1, 2, 3. Come on, come on. A little bit dancing. Yes, refresh. Wiki, wiki. Yo, yo. Woo! Hands, feet. Woo! Come on, come on. Okay, thank you everyone. Then ready for next session.
No, not yet. No, it's a report back. Report back. Okay, so a volunteer from group 1 to report back. Presenter. Hello. Everyone can. We need to do the report back. So can everyone please go back to just sitting position? Okay, group 1. Volunteer. Group 1 just comment. Ah. Group 1, hello. Yeah, Gozi.
Question, right? Okay. So for the group 1, okay, my name is Gosi. I'm from the group 1. We have a lot of idea. Actually, some might be like the what can I say, like sub idea, because one of the member of us is saying something like in the whole idea, and then the rest is edit some like a sub idea. basically we want to create something inside and then do something, the networking stuff, and then the global activity for facilitator inside the region, and then what else? Oh, and of course, the hub should not interfere the affiliate itself. And yeah, the one including the global facilitation is actually upscaling and capacity building. And then the summary is gonna be, the hub is service management. We do the finance, communication, programming stuff, and legal. Thank you.
Good. Okay. Okay. Group 2.
Right. Hello, I am Ahmad from Group 2, representing Wikimedia Malaysia. So these are a few things that we've talked about. It's a bit everywhere, but I'll go through it one by one. So first of all, we want to expand the role in supporting language communities. So within this region, we have lots of endangered languages which are, they don't have government support or they don't have government recognition, in fact, some of them. So we want to advocate to allow these languages to not only be represented, but also to be taught and to be taught in schools. That's one of the most important things, and to be able to expand and practice their languages. It's called the MLE, multi-language education. So this is something that can be expanded as we go on, hopefully. So the show and vision benefits of the hub is part of it, is it? Okay, so yeah. So moving on there, we also want to expand part in capacity building of the smaller affiliates and the user groups. So provide more resources, for example, to help these groups expand and develop themselves, because not all of these groups, some of these, even like, for example, in CUG Malaysia, we have like these different sectors. We're going to open a school, a club in the Teachers Learning Institution soon. So these groups, some of them need better support, the thematic groups, the language group, for example. So we need the help, especially to grow the number of editors, because lots of us, we have the facilities, we have the Wikipedia, for example, but we don't have enough editors to actually expand, and this leaves a vacuum for a lot of vandals and people, troublemakers and such. And some of these wikis, we know that they've become a place for propaganda to spread and so on and so forth. So we also want to organize cultural activities for minority groups. So for example, in cultural festivals, and hopefully we can work together with government authorities for these events. So one of the ones that we've thought of is for the ESIAP Summit, which will be held in May 2024. That happens to be around the time that in Kota Kinabalu, in Sabah, we have the Hari Keamatan, the Harvest Festival. So we can have the conference, the summit, and also have a festival in conjunction with that. And hopefully we can work together with the Ministry of Cultural Affairs and Cultural Affairs and Cultural Affairs and Environment, yes. So moving on to the next one, we want a manual for presenting these cultural activities, yes, and also hopefully we want to sort of like promote, or not really promote, ask for help and access to technology or internet for those underrepresented cultures. So some of these cultures, some of these communities, they live in places which are not the best for accessing internet and such. So we don't have, some of them don't have the tools or even the skills. So we need the training. We want camera for photographing these things and upload them to the Commons, of course, and drones for lots of drones with cameras for these usages, which are important. And further on, we also want better record. I'll keep this for last. A better record keeping and archiving of the value of Wiki movement, because as part of this one, as part of the one before, a lot of the people, the reason why they don't partake in our movement is because they don't know what is Wikipedia, or what is Wikimedia, and what are we doing here? So with a better record keeping and a better communication towards the outer communities, for example, through advertisement, not advertisement like, not that it has to be like through ad agencies per se, but promotion in general, So these are going to help us show to the others that this is who we are, this is why you should join us, and this is why we are, creating a change for the good of the people. And lastly, on a more policy, like a national policy scale, we also want to focus on advocating to the government for regarding the copyright issues and restrictions. So, for example, freedom of panorama, to name a few. When I went to Sweden for a conference in May recently, I was not really sure, what pictures can I take or not, because even in Sweden they have like issues with freedom of panorama. So even also regarding freedom of information, more broadly in focusing on the government. So, for example, the government, some of them, they don't declare their the things that they do. They don't audit the things that they do, or even if they do, they don't declare them to the public. So we, as the people in the public, we don't know what's going on in the government. We don't know what they're doing and such and so forth. And so we want them also. We want the government to make their rules clearer, especially regarding the copyright issues in copyright statuses of government pictures. So, for example, in the US, anything that the government takes, any photo that the government takes, will be in public domain. That's easy. But in Malaysia, for example, all the photographs are copyrighted under the government, but if we were to use it, they don't enforce like any copyright restriction on us. They don't mind us using the pictures of the king or the pictures of the prime minister. They don't care. But at the same time, we can't use it, ethically. We should not be able to use it. So if they don't mind us using it, then why don't they just make it in public domain? So we want them to make that rule a bit more clear. And further on, we also hope that ECAP could be sort of like a version of change.org in some ways, where we can, at least in the scope of ACAP, where we can advocate against any sort of like unfair restriction in the sense of knowledge and such, when it comes to the public's concern. So whatever the public's concerns are, we can address it to ECAP, through ECAP, and hopefully go on from there. And lastly, I think that was written, I didn't realize when it was written, it was create a list and directory of our strengths in ECAP. Can someone, because I wasn't aware of that part. Who was it? Who suggested it? Okay.
Sorry. Yeah. Actually, this one is something like promotion to our Wikipedia. Yeah. Like I don't know what is Wikipedia before. I only know when someone approached me. But if there are like a page or an articles or whatever, tell everybody in this world what are the strengths of Wikipedia. What can they do for the whole country? I mean, for all people in this world. Yeah. What can we do for them? What can we do for our people? Yeah, that's all. Maybe, is that correct?
Okay, so yeah, I guess that's everything for group number 2. I don't think we have anything else to add. Thank you very much. Sorry for taking so much time.
So I'm representing Group 3 to have this discussion, or for our discussion on this.
You need help?
Yep. So for this question, we broke it down to two things. First is what EC Hub needs, and then like what roles can be fulfilled. So we have a quick discussion on first on the needs itself. Of course, it's not completely full. And then, so some of them, for example, is expanding the community, diversity and inclusion, and engagement. So after we have done this, and then there will be some roles in here, which we have decided. So for example, we consider community engagement as an important one. And then also about education or GLAM stuff, like galleries, libraries, and arts and museums. We may just be coordinating different affiliates doing this, as this is more local stuff, I would say. Also on funding grants, both from the foundation and to different underrepresented communities. And then there are also some global or local level collaborations and communications in terms of internally within Wikimedia, within all volunteers, or externally, for example, for ASEAN or for other ASEAN Plus countries. And then EC Hub may also need to provide some translations or interpretation. Of course, mostly it's a staff role, not a hub role, or not a hub role, and we also need partnerships. And then possibly we also need some public policy individuals. For example, advancing freedom of paranorma, or maybe censorship, or maybe something that's similar. And at last, we also need to monitor. So possibly the board will need to help review things, and to review what the staff have done, or something similar. Yeah. So that's all from Group 3. Yep.
Okay, wonderful. Seems like we all had a very good discussion. So for the second question, for each group to discuss how to put these roles in the formal governance system, I can see that some groups have progressed a bit further, really identifying the roles. Some may have not mapped it clearly, but I think we can do that in this second discussion to make sure that the things that we want, how to turn them into the actual functions that should, that's an actual position, a role to take that on from the ECAP Hub. So for this discussion, let's do it for 20 minutes as well, and a share back. And I want to ask if anyone wants to change group. If you want to do that, please feel free to do so. Let's just make sure there's a balanced number of each group, but you can also discuss with different people. You don't have to stay in the same group, so you can hear different. Yeah, you're free. So feel free to either go to your original group or join another discussion if you wish. And let's discuss the second question for the next 20 minutes. Okay. Azoma, everybody's still sitting. Do you want to ask everybody to stand up and go to the new group?
So change the group, right? Everyone, stand up, please. And then change the group. Get a new one, please. No.
If you wish.
Or you can stay at the same group if you want to.
But they should move to go sit in the group. Don't sit in the
Okay, stand up, please. Get to the group, please, everyone.
Okay, just make sure you're actually in the group. Please, we don't have people who are sitting in the middle, please, apart from if you're taking notes. Let's please all be in one group. I mean, 1, 2, 3 group. But find a. 你发射的腿
没有。
我现在就是叫大家去，因为有些人坐在中间，他们没有参加任何一次，我只是要把人导到那边挑参加。我会觉得他们就是没有想要参加，那就不要在这个录里面。不可以在这个录里面。所以就是要跟他。好了，我可不可以？
他们可以安静坐在那边听
好好
就好了吧？OK 吧？
Johnny. Johnny. Come on. Yes. The role of the, how to put that in the actual role. Turn that into the role to a formal. Yes. Talk about the actual role. Actual role to take on these things.
So we have also discussed some of
Okay, time's up. Okay, okay, one moment, please. 30 seconds to wrap up. Find a volunteer. We still have the third question, so. We have until 1 to finish.
Okay, everyone, thumbs up. Stand up, please, and get back to the seat, please. Okay, I'm kind. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Stand up, please. Thank you. Woo. Come on. Then, okay, group number 1. Yes, you're ready. I know. Even you're not. Come on. Yes. Well, try your best. We're listening. Thank you.
Because my is different. My thinking is different than all of them.
Microphone.
Just read.
Just read. Just read.
Just read.
That's fine.
Yes. We don't have any roles yet.
Just read. Give me the pen. Then this. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I just facilitated the writing and hear from them. So I think my mindset is that complicated. So I can't input my own. So for the roles that we have written a while ago, we tried to our best to put it in the formal governance system of the SCF Hub. So for policy and decision making, which is what the hub is mostly concentrated on, I think they should be focused on the legal aspect, I think, of the and to coordinate with the government, local government of the communities involved. And then for the services or operations, we have put here pre-knowledge ambassador. This pre-knowledge ambassador is a staff that will work on partnerships with other institutions. Then also we have put third party or contract translators, probably maybe a group of translators also for various purposes, with more on the side of the foundation. And then also the networking, they should be able to connect and create and establish the networking with the institutions. And then finance and secretariat as well. Then somebody will add to it.
All right. In case of this free knowledge ambassador, we want these people that has the knowledge on the products of the Wikimedia projects, Wikimedia activities, and this person will be the initiators before the local community itself starting to reach out to the institution. So they will be like the mediators of the certain institutions and the local affiliates. And in this case of translator, we want the person to be to have a wider scope, not just limited to the writing translation, but in case of the communications with the other institutions or with the global regions. So we want this translator to have multi-purpose scope. And the networking, it is to connect the communities in the Asia. I mean, in certain communities, they have like really notable programs or project that can be shared to the other communities, to the others affiliate that maybe they can have the same project, or maybe they can have that as a startup of the projects in their own local affiliate. So we want these officers of the networking, like the networking officers, to connect the potential affiliates. Yeah, I think that's all for our groups.
Okay, we're switching to group 2.
Then we go to group number 2. Thank you.
Okay, so our discussion was a bit everywhere, but we still came to a conclusion. So first of all, okay, so first of all, we talked before about the languages, and we kind of like had an influx of all sorts of ideas. So this is a bit more, I guess, organized as to how it should be managed or coordinated by the ECAP committee. So first of all, we need a special committee focusing on languages, any concerns regarding languages, both languages as in like language concerns and also as in internationalization and such. So first of all, one of the roles for the language committee would be to sort of like become a bridge between the community itself and the government or the policymakers. So this is where they will help the communication between the government. They will communicate with the government then to communicate back to the community, and making sure that both the community and the government know what the other wants, or what the other can do or what the other cannot do. So further on, we also have, they're also going to be in charge of planning and coordinating all of the language movements. So this goes through projects, events, or even like policies on what kind of, how do we approach certain situations and so on and so forth. And lastly, of course, not the least, we need funding. So they will also have a division specifically for seeking funding in the sense of language. Because we have many, I guess, not really entities which are interested in helping out these kind of things, but they don't really know where to, reach out. So we have to also reach out to them to seek for their financial support. I'll skip through some of these, keep them for later, because we need to reorganize a few things. So regarding we talked about expanding the Wikimedian community within the region, because we don't have much community involved. One of the most important things when doing that is to have a form of an outreach division, and also an education division. The outreach division will be important in making sure that we're able to reach out to these other groups, seek out for collaborators, networking and such. And the education one is to make sure that once we do get the editors, they actually know how to use this, use the Wikimedian system, use the everything, even in the sense of technical, the technical aspect. So, for example, then learning how to the coding of wiki text, those kind of things. And then we also have this part about the technical division, focusing on the coding, the technical issues and tools that I'll keep that for later. Back to the one just now, we also need one regarding the communications between ESIAP and the community, the user groups, the affiliates, and everyone within under ESIAP. So first of all, it's regular communications between ESIAP. That's a thing that we need in general in any organization, and also most importantly is to coordinate between the wider Wikimedia, the wiki movements globally, not just within our region, and to have these form of community events, whether through meetups, through Zoom meetings, or something. And most importantly, I think, is to have, quite importantly, to have sort of like check-ins, or I don't know if it's a universal term, but over here we call it town halls, where we have a session that during that session, anyone who attends, just raise up their concerns, just straight to the point. You're doing this wrong. You need to fix this. So from there, we can make sure that we are doing doing our best, and we are able to improve in the future. So finally, I think before we go on to the next one, there's a few more. It's regarding sustainability, because covering all of the rules that we talked about just now during the previous session, we have to make sure that all of these can be retained, can be sustainable. Like, we can't just have them to happen and then just disappear after a few months. Making sure that our projects do not cease, even if we've stopped doing the projects actively, we have to make sure that the effects will stay, and have a visibility, sort of like a visibility analysis, where we make sure that what we're doing is actually worth it. Perhaps sometimes we'll do something that's not really worth it in the sense of effect. Then we have to know when to stop. We have to know how to improve in our projects in the future. This is something that this division should be in charge of, aside from like environmental concerns regarding sustainability in general. So it will be important to refer to the sustainable development goals as well. So lastly, regarding the tools, providing the tools, the aids and such to the rural communities, we should have like a donation pool for pre-loved items, whether old cameras, old laptops, iPads, iPhones, or whatever, you name it, drones, as mentioned before. So because sometimes the people, they have these tools, but they don't use them anymore, they can give it to these communities. It's going to be quite a good source of, I guess, resource. And for an instance of organization, we also need a user-friendly website or app to organize the ESIAP movement in general, and the capacity support for the processor group in the ESIAP to approach the hub for this support. So making sure that the communities are able to reach to the ESIAP. So I guess go to rather miscellaneous things. But just to highlight what we've discussed before, can you flip this over? We also talked about establishing a few divisions, such as policy, advocacy, and think tank, privacy protection, especially for like children and minors, and regarding technical privacy as well. So the vulnerable people, they're unable to, sometimes they have some online privacy issues, or technical privacy issues, which will overlap with the technical division, as I mentioned just now. A finance division to provide transparency in reporting and guidelines on conflict of interest. And also finally, human resource for ensuring the well-being of the staff, coordinating with the sustainability division, and checking in for all divisions to make sure that they're working well, efficiently and productively. So that's all for group number 2. I'll pass it on to group number 3. Thank you very much.
Again, hi. So this is the result from group number 3. So we first discussed some structure first. So staff or contractors. So we discussed the responsibility matrix, or who works for who and who guides who. So we found that staff will need to report to the board, and report from the board themselves report to the foundation and the community. So foundation is mostly about money, but community would be about the real things that we are doing. However, when staff do things, they will also sometimes need to consult with the community. For example, community have different ideas on how to execute a specific thing, or that thing they need to work with the community to achieve a result. And the community will have the direction. For example, an annual in the ECAP conference, for example, communities will be discussed, will be consulted on what they want to do, and the board will need to help execute what the community would want them to do. And the board will translate all these requirements into something that the staff will do. For example, community I want money to do education program. And then the board may need to translate it into staff will need to support the education programs, execution, and stuff like that. And staff will need to do the education, execute it, and also in collaboration with the community. And then because of how we are discussing in group 3, we have discussed some roles. For example, there's a communication manager. We also discussed it should be a paid role or an advisory role, which translate into this would happen, or this role would be in the board and or only staff only, or board only, or both there would be. Also, there's a discussion of committees itself, where the board may form some committees and staff will need to report on those committees. For example, public policy, maybe the board may create a public policy committee, and staff who works for public policy within the region would need to report to that committee in the board. So that's all for group 3, because these are actually from the last question. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, get back to
Okay, so let's move on to the third question. What are the roles belonging to board members, and what are the roles belonging to ECAP Hub staff? And I know some group has already touched on that, but I mean, let's just have another 10 minutes discussion on this. And also to share that I think within the IC previously, there's quite a clear consensus that there should be clear separation in terms of oversight and operation, and hence this question. So it's good to really define what is for the oversight role for the board, and also what are the roles for the operation for the staff role. So hope that's clear to everyone. 10 minutes discussion, and we do another share back. Okay. Okay. 30 seconds to wrap up before we report back.
10 seconds left. TikTok, TikTok. Okay, please finish as soon as you can. We're hungry for sure, right? Yes. Okay, time's up. Then we're gonna start with group number 3 first. Thank you very much.
Okay, so group number 3, actually, we discussed most of the roles. So, yeah, so we discussed, so basically we turned question 2 and 3 into 1. So when we discussed it, like what roles, we also discussed it, like who will they work for. So, yep. Hi. Hi. So basically, these are the things that we have. I don't want to discuss in detail. I mean, we have some roles that may be both paid and advisory, which means that he or she needs to be, there should be at least a staff and also a member in the board who focus on this matter. So we have communication, people who do communication, people who do record keeping, archive manager, something like that. We also have administrator for funds, for money, for some things like the finance, which basically they needs a staff, and he or she may also needs to work with the regional grants committee. So there is an overlap of responsibility. When we try to place this in whether this is a staff or this is a volunteer role. And then we also have translations, which basically most or even all of us consider this, just place it as a contractor role. So we only employ them on a needs basis. And then there's a public policy individual, both a committee in the board and also possibly 1 to 2 staff to implement. And we also discussed some trust and safety people. Probably maybe some staff will also need to do trust and safety. There may also be there is also a need for individual review or even a U4C committee. Yeah. So at last, review. This will be the board. The board will need to review. The board will need to review what staff have done. So it's a board only role, and there is a possibility a need for a general manager. For example, managing contractors, managing different staff at the same time. So this is only a paid role, and he or she also has the responsibility to sit in all board meetings. And when we discuss all of these, there are also some questions that we are bringing to the preparatory council. These questions include, how do we consider foundation's regional staff? Will they become ECF staff only, or they still retains the tag as a foundation staff? And then it's about employment laws and framework, and also the flexibility of roles. Do only one role only do one thing or two things? Yeah, so these are what we found. So next group 2 then.
And just a reminder to everyone, because we need to vacate the room super soon, so please let's keep our summary short.
Okay, so to put things briefly, we've decided to just separate it in a rather, I guess, generic format where the board will be in charge of like the policies and such, and the staff will be more on the implementation and the more groundworks. So first of all, we're not really clear on how the board will be, but this is how our idea of the board should be. Where we have like the president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer, and then the 5 members below, which will be one will have to be in charge of like language and internationalization, one will be in charge of affiliate affairs, of affiliate representation, and then one's on finance, one's human resource, and the other on networking. So basically, these two are the ones that we want to focus on. The language, we feel language and localization, internationalization, that's something that's important very important. It has to be a board affair. And then we have the affiliation, which we would like to have under the affiliation representation board member. There will be a council of where a council of 13 people, where each of the affiliate member will have a representative in the council. So during the board meeting, the affiliate representative in the board will bring all the representatives' concerns or any points that they want to bring, as if the representatives are in the boards themselves. So this is sort of like the communication between the affiliates go to the representative, and the representative will go to the affiliate representative and into the board meeting. And then we have the finance, which will cover all the finances, maybe can be merged or something with the treasurer. We'll see about that. And the human resources, which will cover even like the privacy and things, and then the networking, which might cover in like events and education outreach and all those things. So I think that's all for our group. Thank you very much.
Super, thank you. Group 1?
Hello, everyone. When we started, we had this analogy like the board is like the brain, but without arms and legs, and then the staff are the legs and the working. That's they work for the ECF, the board, and then we realized that where's the heart of that figure. So the heart is the community. So the board should consider the communities, because without the heart, there will be no life or something like that. Yeah.
Hello, good morning again. For the roles of the board members, uh, in the the Wikimedia page for the SAP, there is it's either two co-chairs or a chair and a vice chair, and for the board, we most of our group had chose to stick with a chair and a vice chair as a suggestion, which this uh, two will initiate the annual grant meetings. They will preside the meetings and represent the SCAP to the global community. And then for finance, they will lead the fund applications, supervise the funds and budget planning, and as well as signatories to. Then the secretaries should be involved in the record keeping, communicating to the communities, and organizing of the meetings. Then we also have those the same with ordinary and non-voting members as the. And then the remaining four, they should head the committee on strategic planning, internal auditor for the SAP Hub community, SAP Hub. And then we also have suggested in the previous question the pre-knowledge ambassador and a certain networking coordinator. or facilitator. So, and we can also have those, as per suggestion with Irvin, we can form committees, and then those board members will head those committees with no duplication of position. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I think we're indeed over time already. So the idea is there will be a short summary produced for all the discussion we have today. We documented on Meta, so this could be keep as reference for the next preparatory council. So on that note, I wonder if the IHC member would like to close the summit.
Thank you, everyone, for coming to the session this morning, this afternoon. We do need to vacate the room now because it is almost time for Muslim prayer. So this room will be used literally in 2 minutes. But we really want to thank you for your time, your commitment, your ideas, and sharing so generously. We will make sure the documentation is kept and passed on to the Preparatory Council. But thank you, everyone. If you want to speak to any of the interim hub members, just raise your hand, interim hub members. Feel free to have a chat to us at any time. Thank you. Thank you very much.
motivation's useless. These white pills aren't kind. I've given a lot of thought on this 13-hour drive. I miss the grinded concrete where we sat past 8 or 9 and slowly finished laughing in the glow of our headlights. I've given a lot of thought to the nights we used to have. The days have come and gone. Our lives went by so fast. I faintly remember breathing on your bedroom floor, where I laid and told you, but you swear you love me more. Do you care if I don't know what to say? Will you sleep tonight, or will you think
Okay, I was just trying it, sorry. I'm very, very picky. So you will tell us when we start, I guess. Natalia, right? As whatever we say. I'm fine. That's academic. Academic lateness. So every lecture in university starts by a rule 15 minutes later than the time. So like I cannot be there. That's why I asked for a separate microphone and a wireless mouse. Yeah, I need it. It's not like I just cannot be there. I will have to. I can send a photo of you on the first slide on the chat. Okay. Yeah, this is not the first slide. Yeah, I know. So if when they started, I think the first slide. Yeah. Oh, sorry. So apparently we started with the left foot because that wasn't the first slide. Okay, yeah, there we are. So, well, thank you very much for being here. Just in case, this is the session about Web2Sit, a tool to collaboratively fix automatic citations in Wikipedia. My name is Diego de la Era. I am from Argentina. So, if you are Wikipedia editors, you might be aware, of course, that citations are a very important part of Wikipedia, right? We need to include references to support what we are writing on Wikipedia. And inserting citations can be a little bit problematic and actually quite, we have to invest a lot of effort on it because you have to find what the name of the authors are, publication date, publication source. So there is a tool in the visual editor that's called the automatic citations tool, let's just call it like that, that greatly simplify inserting citations. Because, for example, this is a tool that already exists. So if we want to cite a URL, like a newspaper article, we just get the URL for the newspaper article. We paste the URL on this dialog that shows up, click on generate, and then out of magic, the citation appears. Yeah, it gets the item type, the name of the authors, publication date, and so on. So far, so good. This is really cool. But the problem is that this doesn't always work as expected, as you may also know if you're a user of this automatic citation tool. So for example, usually what most usually happens is that the item type is misidentified. So we are citing a newspaper article and it says that it's just like a web page. Yeah, but it's actually a newspaper article, so it's better if we use that citation template instead. Or it misses the name of the author. Or it confuses the publication source with the name of the author. So it says that the author is, I don't know, the Times. Well, that's not the author, that's the publication source, and so on. So to understand why this fails, we need to understand how automatic citations work in Wikipedia. This is going to be just a very brief explanation. So when we enter a URL in the citation dialog and we click on generate, we are actually using a service maintained by the Wikimedia Foundation that's called Citoid. So Citoid gets the web page that we are trying to cite, it processes it, we're not going to go into details how it processes it, and it outputs the citation, right? And to do this, Citoid is actually relying on a third-party library that is not maintained directly by Wikimedia community, but it's a library that is part of the Zotero project. Just out of curiosity, Zotero is a reference management software, and they do maintain this, they call them translators. So translators, what they do is exactly this. You have a web page, these arrows here represent the translators, so they translate the web pages into citation metadata. Yeah, so this little here represents citation metadata. So this is great. This works very well when the citation metadata has been embedded on the web page in a structured manner, in a standard manner. So if the webmasters have followed some recommendations to include that metadata embedded on the web page, then we can use what we may call generic translators to get the citation metadata out of those web pages. But the problem is that, well, this is like in an utopic world. In reality, many web pages do not include this metadata correctly structured or in a standardized way, or they do that partially. So the way how the Zotero community has dealt with this is they write a specific translator for each of these web pages, actually for each of these domains, or sometimes a group of web pages. Like, for example, if there is an editorial that uses the same format for all of the newspapers they publish, so then that translator can be used for all of those newspapers. But the problem with this is, imagine first we need as many translators as web pages exist out there, which is a lot. And also, the problem is that sometimes if these web pages change, and sometimes just very slightly, then the translator no longer works, and the citation metadata that is extracted now is wrong. Yeah? So are you following so far? Do you have any questions and comments? We can also, we will have time so that we can also make this a conversation as well. So if anyone has a comment so far or question, yeah. Do we have a mic for? Yeah, okay, we'll repeat the question. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So you're saying that when there's not a specific translator for a web page, that community of Zotero creates a new translator for that page, but you're talking about sites, not individual pages, right? Just to make it clear.
Exactly. Usually it's sites or set of sites, not individual, or sometimes it might happen then that within one site, maybe, for example, I don't know, like the actuality or like, I don't know, like culture section of that newspaper. I'm talking about newspapers because it's usually like the most common case here. Maybe the cultural part of that newspaper uses a different format than the, I don't know, economics. But so usually it is by site. Sometimes it is by set of sites, and sometimes you might need more than one per site. Yeah, but usually it's by site. You're right. Thank you. So far, like we saw, okay, well, so we may have a problem on the web page. Maybe the structured metadata, the metadata is not well structured. Maybe the translator, which is the arrow in the middle, is outdated because the web page changed, we said. And also, well, that produces an error in the extracted citation metadata. So how do we fix this? Well, one way would be to manually fix the citation metadata, yeah? But that's, you know, this takes time. And not only does this take time, but also we fix it for that specific use case we wanted to make, but then if somebody else wants to cite another source from the same newspaper, then they have to do it again and again and again. And there's also one more problem that many of you, if you're Wikipedia editors, may have come up with, which is if the item type is misidentified, so if Citoid says it's a web page, but you wanted it to be a newspaper, then you have to start from scratch. You cannot use the name of the author that might have been well identified or the publication date. You just have to say, I want to insert the citation manually, and you have to do that everything by hand, right? So this takes time, and it's wasted time in a way because we cannot help the rest of the community with that time. Another way to fix this is we go to the webmasters of the sources we want to cite, and we try to explain why it is so important that they use structured metadata. I think this is the way to go, definitely, but this might not always work as we expect. So it requires discussions and, well, conversations and so on. And then the other way to fix this is we fix the translator. So the Zotero community is very open, and they are very willing to collaborate and to accept contributions. So it is just a matter of fixing the translator. Why not? Well, but the problem with this is that those translators are written in JavaScript, so you need to have some programming knowledge, and not only programming knowledge. So for those of you who might be familiar with programming, this is actually stored in a software repository, so you have to actually clone the repository, make the changes, ask the maintainers to merge those changes into the main code base. This takes time, apart from knowledge. And then after that has been done, we still have to pull this into the, we say, Cytoid code. So this usually takes lots of knowledge and lots of time. So those were the motivations to go with this project, the Web2Sit project, which was financed by a grant from the Wikimedia Foundation. The idea behind Web2Sit is not to create an alternative to Cytoid, but rather an extension, like an add-on, like a workaround. So where Cytoid is working, we continue using Cytoid, but where it is not working, until it is fixed upstream on Zotero, we have a way to patch it in a collaborative way so that the community can take care of that in a way that is technical, but is not as technical as having to write a piece of JavaScript code, and in a way that is much more immediate because it's completely under control of our community, the Wikimedia community. We make the change, it's immediately live. We don't have to wait until it's merged into the Zotero code, until it's pulled downstream by the Cytoid code base. So by the way, I will be very briefly talking about this, and this hour is not going to be enough to talk about all of it. After the talk, you can learn more about the project on that meta page. Luckily, the name was maybe unexpectedly wisely decided, so that if you just look for Web2Sit on Google, for example, or whatever your search engine is, probably it's going to be the top result, so you don't have to write it down. But anyways, like the slides are also available from pre-talks and whatever. So how does this work? Again, it doesn't replace Cytoid. This is very important. It's just an add-on, a community-maintained add-on. So where Cytoid is working, we just take what Cytoid says, and where it is not working, we patch it with the community input. So I will now demonstrate how to use this, but before going to the demonstration, are there any questions, any comments? Go ahead.
Maybe you explained that and I missed it, but these simplified translators, do they automatically can they be automatically converted into Zotero translators, or is this something that needs to be done manually?
Beautiful question. It's a very good question. It is one of the ideas that we had in the original project, but we are not there yet. Yeah, it would be nice to do that, but still, like the translators or extractors that you can define in Web2Sit are relatively simplified because we wanted to come up with something that could be done by people who are not proficient in coding, in programming. So whatever extraction strategy that you may come up with Web2Sit would be suboptimal for a Zotero translator. I mean, it could work, but definitely it might be wiser to eventually create a Zotero translator or even come up with a completely different strategy. Like, well, when I present this, usually the question pops up whether we shouldn't be relying maybe on artificial intelligence to produce these citations in another way, like providing like machine learning models, providing them with lots of examples and have that model learn from those examples so that the output is produced in a more automatic way. But yeah, I mean, we have this as an option. Actually, we are tracking every open task and suggestions on Fabricator projects. This is one of the tasks that are open, but they're definitely not even far from being addressed yet. Any other comments or questions before I proceed to the demonstration? Okay, so now yes. Oh, sorry.
Maybe if you can say how applicable this will be for the different languages, or it is the focus was on English language until now, or how you see that for all the other languages?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, well, actually, when we were thinking of this, we were thinking where should be, because the idea is that the community is going to be collaboratively defining a set of configurations, web-to-seed configurations for different domains, right? So we were wondering, where should we store this configuration? Should we store it on Wikipedia, maybe? Should we store it on, I don't know, like on a Git repository? Should we store it on Meta? And finally, or maybe on, I don't know, on Commons. Finally, we decided to store this on Meta because we want the configuration to be across languages. Because we thought the metadata that comes out from a newspaper, it doesn't matter where you're going to use that metadata. It doesn't matter if you're going to use it in an English Wikipedia, in the Spanish Wikipedia, Azerbaijani Wikipedia. The metadata is always going to be the same. What changes is how you accommodate that metadata, but that's out of web-to-seed business because that is taken care of by citation templates. So as long as citation templates are taken care of by the corresponding Wikipedia communities, citation metadata shouldn't change from one language to another. So answering part of your question, whatever configuration is made by an English user, a Russian user, a Russian-speaking user, sorry, a Spanish-speaking user, it's able to be reutilized by users that speak other languages. And also, when we started this project, we thought this would later, I mean, we did some research. This is very long, but the project included a research sub-project. Our initial assumptions were not exactly supported by the research results. We thought initially that this would benefit Wikipedia languages other than English more. And we thought that because many of the Zotero maintainers speak English, we were expecting that there were more Zotero translators for English sources rather than for other sources. This wasn't supported. I mean, we cannot say from the results of our research that this is true, but of course, as it usually happens in research, we cannot say it's false, but we just can say it's true. But yeah, we were expecting this, that because, and it sometimes happens, like if you're an English speaker and you have a source that doesn't work, imagining that you know how to deal with GitHub repositories, you're pretty much well prepared to ask someone at the Zotero team, hey, I'm having this problem, can you please help me here, whatever. But if you're a Spanish speaker, for example, and you do not speak English, not only do you have to know what a GitHub repository even is, but also you have to understand that you have to actually write in English because most of the Zotero contributors are English speakers. So, of course, that represents a challenge. Yeah. Well, I don't know what that was. But maybe it's the ring reminding me that I should go to the demonstration, so thank you. So I'm going to turn this off. So again, this is going to be a brief demonstration. The tool, as I said, it's still a technical tool, so don't expect this to be very easy. Definitely not, unfortunately. But if you want to get more documentation, I would recommend you to go to the project page where you will find lots of documentation pages. Again, and as a disclaimer, we know that this could be simplified way, way more. And we hope that if we get more people interested in the project, then we can justify, continue working on it and making it simpler to use. So, first things first, and sorry, the production team, that I'm messing things here. I'm sorry, I don't know what I did. Probably I just unplugged. Are we okay again? Thank you. Sorry. Okay. You know, they were telling me, maybe you should do that. I was, no, I'm going to do it my way. And of course, they were right. So sorry. Actually, I don't do my presentation for this part, but let's see if it goes back. Okay, and of course it's not full screen, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so the first thing, how to use it. We don't have to actually contribute to Web2Sit to use it. We can use the configurations that other people have created and actually leverage from those contributions. So to use Web2Sit, the first thing to do is to install it as a user script. You know, that you can extend how your Wikipedia looks like different ways. You can change your preferences, you can install gadgets, and you can install user scripts. So Web2Sit is enabled on Wikipedia, on whatever Wikipedia actually that uses visual editor. By the way, and between parentheses, if you're not a visual editor user, you can also use Web2Sit, but I'm not going to focus on how to do it now. I mean, we can discuss how this can be done. But the easiest way is if your Wikipedia uses the visual editor. So starting from the Web2Sit homepage, you will find like a section which is getting started. And well, in the getting started section, you have the installed subsection. So, I mean, following the instructions here, or even the more advanced documentation in this other web page, you will install the Web2Sit user script in your Wikipedia. This is something that you just have to do once, yeah? And actually, it really surprised me that, for example, we presented this at the Wikimedia Hackathon in May, and somebody from the Azerbaijani Wikipedia really liked it. And for example, he was one of the maintainers, actually, of the Wikipedia, and he even installed this by default for all of the Wikipedia users, which was something that made me really happy. Poor people, actually. So, well, how to do this? Well, I'm not going to go into the details, but you have to open a file, like a page on your Wikipedia that is the common.js file. This is a personal file of yours, and you have to add some code to this file to enable this user script. So actually, you go to this common.js file, which is your personal common.js file, and you will copy this code down here and paste it at the end of this file, which is actually this part here, probably, this part in my code. Mine is, well, it looks different because I have it actually installed somewhere else, because I want this to be working on all Wikipedias. There is also a way for you to install it for all Wikipedias, not just, for example, English or Spanish Wikipedia. But again, so just to be clear about it, first step, you install the user script, following the instructions that appear in how to install Web2Sit. And how do you know if the installation has worked successfully? Well, if you're editing a Wikipedia article, in this example, I'm editing my sandbox, which is like this area where you can just test your Wikipedia editing skills and screw it up. So if I go to edit, and remember I'm using here the visual editor, and I click on Cite, you will see this little Web2Sit checkbox there. So if the checkbox is on, it means that the automatic citation is going to use Web2Sit. If it's off, it means that it's not going to use it. So let's go with this example. I got this example yesterday, just a random example from one newspaper in Singapore. So I get this URL. I want to enter this URL as a source in Wikipedia. So I paste the URL here, and I click on Generate. So because I have the Web2Sit user script installed, I should get 2 results instead of 1. The result at, hello? Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. So the result at the top is the regular result, the one that comes from Cytoid. This one, if we want to change it, you know, we can do it manually, we can convince the webmaster to change it, we can change the Zotero code. Remember what we said before. And the one from below is the one that comes from Web2Sit. So far, both are the same. And that's because Web2Sit has not been configured by the community for this source yet. So it's just using what Cytoid returns. But the difference with this second result is that we can change it using Web2Sit. Okay? So if I want to do that, I click on where it says Web2Sit. Sorry. And this is going to open, let me just maybe zoom in a little bit. This is going to open like the translation summary page. So it says, okay, so for this path, for this web page on the todayonline.com domain, this is the translation output. This is what Web2Sit is returning for this specific web page. Like this is the item type. It is a web page. That's actually one of the errors we identified here. So it says it's a website. It should be a newspaper article. The title is okay. And also maybe the source, it says today, which is the name of the newspaper, but it doesn't have the publication date and it doesn't have the author name. Yeah, that's missing. And that's reflected, of course, in this table. It says it's a web page. The title is okay. The publication source is fine. The language has been identified as English, which is also true, but the publication date and the author names are missing. So always, when you want to edit Web2Sit configurations, the first thing that you should do is tell Web2Sit and also the community of Web2Sit users what is actually the expected output. Maybe we don't know how to get it, but the first step is, this is what we should have gotten. Maybe we will later see how to do it, but first things first, this is what we should get. Because this guides the rest of the community to understand what is actually that we are expecting for this web page. So to edit that, which is this part here, the expected output, which is currently empty because nobody has configured this yet. So I go here where it says edit. I will add a new translation test. And this translation test will correspond to a very specific web page, which is the web page that I tried to insert. So I'm just going to copy the URL path and paste it here. Just the path, which is the part that goes after the domain. So this is the path of the web page that we tried to insert. And we will start field by field telling the Web2Sit community what we are expecting from this web page. So I add my first field, which is the item type field. Remember, we got web page, but what did we want? A newspaper article, exactly. So we're going to choose that from this list. It's a newspaper article. So we go next with the next field, which is title. The title, remember, so the Cytoid result was fine. So we can just copy it from here, but we can also just go to the original source, select the title, and paste it in this field here. Okay, so we continue with the author name. I'm not going to go into details here. We have two options. We may split first and last names. This doesn't necessarily make sense always. Sometimes it's the name of an institution. Sometimes some languages do not make that distinction, or it's not clear. So the author last name field may also be used for the author full name field, and that's the field I'm going to use. So back to the original source. This was written by Charlene Go. Okay. So next field would be the date field, which is the publication date field. It was published, it says here, I'm zooming in, published on the 14th of August, 2023. Librarians would tell me if I should put August 14th or August 15th when it was updated. Please don't be mean with me. I will just choose August 14th. So 2023, August 14th. Yeah, I have the mic here.
The caps lock in the author name.
Okay, in this case, you saw that it was. It's a good question. When we create the procedure for extracting the data from the web page, After we selected what data we want to extract, we can apply transformations to that data. There is one transformation step that has not been implemented yet, though, but there is one transformation step that is a capitalization transformation step that you can tell it, make it a title case, make it all small case, make it all uppercase. This is not yet implemented, so it's not working, so you won't be able to deal with it at this moment, but that's the idea, to deal with that at the transformation stage. But that will make sense when I go to the procedure. This is just the test so far. So here we say what we want the way we want it. If we want it in small letters, we just write it in small letters, yeah? So I continue, well, this is the date again. Sorry, I'm not respecting the format. It should be like this. As it says down there, I'm going to zoom in a little more. So the next field would be the published in field, which is the name of the, it says here the work, the name of the work which contains the cited resource, which is the name of the newspaper. And again, we think that Citoid was okay with that, so I'm just going to write it down today. That was the way how Citoid got it. And then finally, we have language field. We can write this in different ways, as it's explained here. I'll just use EN for English. So this, we said, is going to be saved as a configuration file. So we go here where it says review changes and save. This is going to produce a file that we don't understand. We don't need to understand what it means. So we just go to the bottom of the page. We may write like a edit summary, what we did here, like configured a test case, and we just publish this as a wiki page. It's being published on Meta as a configuration page for Web2Sit. So if I go back to the translation summary page, which you may remember, if I refresh this page, now the expected output column is going to show what we are expecting for this web page, right? So we are expecting a newspaper article, not a web page. So because we have defined an expected output, which we can get for each field a score. So for the item type field, this is failing. We're getting a 0% score because web page is not newspaper article. For the title, we're getting a 100% score because the titles match. What we got is what we wanted to get. Also for the published in field and for the language. And for the author and publication date, we're getting a 0% score because Citoid was returning nothing and we wanted something, yeah? So far we've defined the test case. Next, I'm gonna show you how we can change this column, what we actually get. But before going there, I'm wondering if we have any questions or comments. I know this can be tricky and complicated, but also like know that we do have some resources like online workshops that we have made in the past that are recorded and available on the Web2Sit page. But we can also, like, if you have comments now, we can address them now. Yeah. Oh, the mic. Yeah. Yeah. It's coming over there. Yeah. Thank you. It
might be easy to just repeat the question.
We want to hear your voice.
If someone else edits the expected output, what will happen is diff in that wiki page, or?
Yeah, exactly. That's also one of the reasons why we decided to use Meta as a repository for these configuration files. We could have come up with a repository of our own, but that would have required extra work to have like a repository that would use the same like user permissions that Wikipedia uses, that tracks differences between one revision and the other. So you can just check, maybe not in the most friendly way because it's just a JSON file. I mean, we do have some ideas to make this better and easier, but you can just check a diff as you would check a diff on whatever wiki page. So you can see exactly who contributed to that file, what they changed from that file, and what and exactly from what to what they changed. Yeah. And because we are sharing the same file across the whole community, if you said that the publication date should be the 14th of August, and somebody says that the publication date should be the 15th of August because that's the date it was updated, they can change it. If you don't agree, You can change it back again. That would start an edit war, and you would go to the discussion page and talk why it should be the 14th and not the 18th, the 15th, or the other way around. Okay, any other comments or questions? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Diego, I'm falling at the first hurdle. I'm trying to follow along with a problematic website we have in New Zealand called Papers Past. And I'm failing at the, thank you, failing at the first hurdle because even though I've got Web2Sit enabled, it's only giving me one option, which does not include the Web2Sit link through which you accessed this thing. I'm assuming there's another way to access this tool to actually put in the test case.
So it says, you say that the checkbox is enabled? The
checkbox is enabled, but I've only got the Cytoid option. I don't have two options for some reason.
Okay. Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I get two options on other websites, so it's not that the tool isn't working for me. It's that Papers Past isn't working with
Okay,
Web2Sit.
interesting. Well, we can definitely get to those and see what's happening, and maybe we can open a ticket on Fabricator to have that addressed, because that would be a bug.
Okay.
Thank you. I like this. I always remember when, well, this is maybe not the best example for a Wikipedia a conference, but I remember when I think it was Bill Gates that was presenting, I don't know what version of Windows, and it crashed during the presentation. It was amazing. So if it happens to Bill Gates, it can happen to me. Okay. Okay, so let's go. If we don't have any more questions or comments, I can show you the other part of it, which is how we change the output. Okay, so let's go. So I'm gonna click on edit here to change the translation output. And to change the translation output, we will have to define a translation procedure. Yeah, so this procedure that we will define, we're gonna be basing that on a specific web page template, but then the same procedure will be able to be used on other templates of the same domain. Yeah. So this is important, because otherwise, if we have to define a procedure for every web page, this is becoming more complicated than actually, fixing the citation manually in the end. But the idea is that we define this for just one web page template in the domain, and as long as other web pages from the same domain look like the template that we've chosen, then that procedure will be able to be used for other web pages. We won't discuss this in detail here today, but should there be different formats within the same domain, then we can define multiple templates for the same website. So that if the page looks like this, use this procedure. If the page looks like that, use this other procedure. But in this example, we will just show how to do it with one single template. So I add a new translation template, and I'm gonna say what web page path I'm basing this template on. And it is very important that I specify this here, because if other Web2Sit contributors come later and want to change this, they need to understand why we define the procedures the way we define them. So it's important we tell them on what template we base this on. So this is the web page we're basing this procedure on, and we will start again, field by field, saying how we are gonna do to get the expected output for that web page. So first, it's the item type field. So it is likely that all web pages from this domain are gonna be a newspaper article. So it makes sense to tell Web2Sit, just return newspaper article for this domain, no matter what web page you're getting from this. So for that, we have, in this procedure stage, we have two steps. The first step is the selection step, where we tell Web2Sit where to get the data from. And the second step is the transformation step, where we change the data. Like we change it to, remember, small letters instead of capital letters. So we have a selection step type, which is the fixed selection, which is always return the same thing, no matter what web page it is. And we're gonna tell it to always return newspaper article. And that's it for the item type field. So we continue with the next field, which is the title field. Do you remember, was Cytoid returning something good for this field? Yes. So there is a selection step which is the Cytoid selection, which tells Web2Sit just use what Cytoid says for this field. And what field do we want from Cytoid? Well, we want the title field, because that's where the title information is. So we just say, for the title, get what Cytoid says for the title. Yeah, so we're done with the title field too. Because of time constraints, I'm gonna skip some interesting parts, I'm sorry. So maybe I will skip, well, let's see what happens with the time we have available. So for now, I will just change the item type, and I will reuse the rest from Cytoid. And if we do have some time, I'm gonna show you how to change the author and the date field, which are a little bit more complicated. So we continue with the published in field, and again, Cytoid was okay here. So when I add a new translation procedure, the default configuration is getting what Cytoid would return for the published in field. And finally, for the language, I add a new translation procedure. So just use what Cytoid says for language. So this is the template that I'm gonna configure for now. I'm gonna save this configuration. This is gonna be saved on a separate file on Meta, which is the translation template file. So I'm gonna put here configured translation template. So now, if I refresh the translation summary page, the item type has changed to newspaper article instead of web page. Well, the rest remains the same because we told Web2Sit to reuse Cytoid. And author and publication date, we didn't configure it, so we are still getting nothing there. But at least it improved a little, right? Now, this is actually maybe a good example of why it is important to do this collaboratively. Maybe that's the only thing I know how to do. I just know how to change the item type. I have no clue how to change the author date, the author or the publication date. But I was able to configure what was expected. So I've done a lot. I configured a test, and I changed the item type. And then someone that may not speak English, so maybe for them it's difficult to understand who should be the author or what should be the publication date, but understands how to use Web2Sit a little bit more, can come and configure the procedure for the author and the procedure for the date. Yeah? This might, I mean, in a conference where we're all speaking English, it might sound weird that we may not know what the author or the publication date is, but I've come up with pages that have characters that I don't even know what they are. And for me, it is very difficult if what's there, it's the author name. It's like, or maybe it says published by John Doe. How do I know what is the published by part and what is the John Doe part? I mean, it's very difficult. So having someone say that before, what is the name, it's very useful. So if I go back now to Wikipedia and I generate the citation for this web page again, now the item type has changed in the item type has changed in the citation that came from Web2Sit, yeah, which is the only thing that we were able to configure so far. Okay. And well, do we have? I'm gonna show just one more thing. We still have though some time, but do we have any questions? Yeah.
I don't understand why we have the checkbox if you are still going to see both outputs. So why not have it always enabled and people can just choose the one that is most appropriate?
Yeah, it's a very good question. And the reason is that I'm a fearful programmer and I wasn't sure whether I would break stuff. So I wanted to make sure that users would have a way to go back to original behavior without having to uninstall the user script, which is actually a little long to do. This is already quite stable, and I haven't seen any situation where it actually breaks things. Worst thing that might happen is, as Tamsi found, that you don't get the result from Web2Sit. Although it's a little weird, and that's the way I would like to check, but because it's an interesting situation. So we could remove it, but But yeah, that's the reason why it's there. But definitely we could just remove it. Yeah. And by the way, what I wanted to show, this is one article, right? But then I said that one template should be able to be used for other web pages from the same domain. So this is another. I mean, I'm not even reading the title. So I hope I'm not doing something wrong here. So I'm just copying this URL for this different article from the same source. If I copy that URL here and I click on generate, hopefully the result from web to sit should say newspaper article instead of website, because it is using the same template that was defined for the other URL for this new URL. And well, let's just do it. Like, I'm not gonna explain in detail how I'm gonna get the author name, but let's just show it so that you know that it's possible, that I'm not lying to you. But also so that you know that I'm not lying to you, that it's not easy. Because we want to get this, that it's here, for example. So how do we get this part in an HTML? An HTML file is the file that defines how the web page is going to look like, or what the content of the web page is. So sometimes to refer to specific parts of a web page, there is a language that is called XPath that lets us refer to specific parts of the web page. Like, for example, they want me out. Like, pick the element that has this specific class, or maybe pick the element that is under this other element. Yeah, that's a way. So you have to use a language that's called XPath. Of course, this is technical. You need to understand how to, for example, use this that opens here on the side, which is the inspector of the source code. Yeah. So, for example, and I'm gonna go a little fast here because I don't want to bore anyone. But sorry. So if I use like this selector and tell it like, okay, where is the name of the author? Here. So for example, this is the element that has the author name, and it has this specific class. I know this is not the best way to refer to this element, but I'm going to use it anyway just to show you that this is possible. So this is the name of the class of the element where the name of the author is. It's like, again, this is a technical parenthesis. I promise it's not going to last more than 2 or 3 minutes, just for those who may follow, but we're going to go back to more simple stuff in a moment. So I just edit the translation template once more. I add a new field. This is going to be the author field. And I'm going to tell it, use the XPath selection. And the way how I'm going to configure the XPath selection is get whatever A element. This is an A element. Sorry for those that are not following. It's just 1 second. So this is an A element. So pick the A element that has a class that reads like that. This should work. Let's see. So I review the changes and save. This is going to update the configuration file. I'm doing this myself, but somebody else could come and do it instead. So if this worked, when I go here and I update the translation summary, this may not work, by the way. It's getting the author name now. And now if I go back to Wikipedia and I use the URL again, then the author name is here, right? Now, the last thing that I wanted to show you is, yeah.
I'm no expert, but it seems to me that this is pretty easy, so I don't understand why Citoid wasn't doing this. I mean, I mean, the name wasn't there. It wasn't. The name wasn't there by a chance. I mean, it was in a. It seemed to me that it was well formatted. I mean, should it be easy for Cytoid and Zotero to find a name with such a class, or it is complicated for some reason? I don't understand because I don't really understand anything about this.
What is your intuition? Why do you think it is well formatted?
No,
What
because
are the visuals? Yeah.
the tag was author profile or something, so I mean, maybe it's not so common. I don't know.
That's
it's
right.
not so common. Okay.
That class that the webmaster chose to define the class of the element that contained the author name is something that he came up with.
Ah, okay, okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah. There is a structured way, by the way, which is very common lately, which is called JSON LD. JSON LD is one of the ways how you can include structured metadata in your web page. This is increasingly being used. Web2Sit does support JSON LD. I didn't show you how to use it because, I mean, it was another way to get it. The problem we have is that Zotero is not supporting JSON LD. They plan to support it. They've been planning to support this for very long. So there are lots of web pages that do have structured metadata. It's like you cannot complain to them because they will say, yeah, we're using JSON LD, which is a very standard format. But Zotero is not supporting this. Probably they're not supporting this because they want to do it in a better way. With Web2Sit, we came up with a good enough way to deal with it. So some websites that do have the data on JSON LD, you will be able to pull it from with Web2Sit. And the thing that I wanted to show you is the last part. Web2Sit also has that you can also access through the project's homepage. There is, well, I'm gonna just go there and you will find it on the homepage. I'm sorry, because I want to have some time for questions. There is a monitor that is regularly checking all Web2Sit configuration files. It's checking the test files and the template files. So this list here are all the domains for which the Web2Sit community has configured configuration files, right? So regularly, every time there is a change on the configuration file, or every 30 days, the monitor runs the tests and check if the output is matching the test or not. And it returns a score according to that. So if for example, for www.cronista.com, which I think is an Argentinian newspaper, the tests are matching the output. So we have 100% score. I can open this and check like the details in this page. But then down below, I see that, for example, this, elespectador.com, which I think is a Uruguayan newspaper, the score is just 52.38. So probably either it was never configured well, or it could also have happened that one day the page changed and what was working one day is not working anymore. So good thing is that you can subscribe to this page as if it was whatever page. So whenever the score changes, you should get a notification telling you, hey, this web page that had a 100% score, now it's having a 50% score. So maybe you should come and check what's happening. Maybe you should update the template. Or maybe somebody vandalized or vandalized, or maybe just unintentionally broke the test file, and maybe you have to check what happened and change it again. Yeah. Again, I'm saying this very fast. We do have a problem with those notifications, unfortunately, because of the way how this bot is working. We should fix this soon. You wouldn't get an email actually. You would have to check on your watch list page, which is not ideal. But know that we're working on it. So that's it for the presentation.
Yeah. I have another question. How do you deal with paywalls? Because maybe I saw the author names because I paid, or I had some free articles I could read, but the software that you use to watch the page cannot access the article.
That's an excellent question, and there we behave just like Cytoid behaves, which is we do not deal with them. We cannot deal with them. So if the Wikimedia servers do not have access to the source, then Cytoid or Web2Sit won't have access either. Unfortunately. Yeah, it depends what error it is being returned by the web server. Yeah, ideally you should get 0% or whatever. Maybe for mismatch, I think there is a bug going on that in some cases you get an error instead of a 0%. An error might translate to the problem that Tamsi found, which you don't see citations at all. Yeah. That's actually, I think it's something that it's being discussed for Cytoid even. Well, and last than before, because I want to continue discussing this until the very end, but before that, I would like to thank my colleagues in the Web2Sit project. This was, again, a project that was financed by the Wikimedia Foundation. We had a community and communications team led by Evelyn Heidel from Wikimedistas de Uruguay. We also had a developer team where I was there, and also Denis Tobar from Wikimedia Chile. And we also had a research team, which also from the Web2Sit project page, you can find out more about the research that the research team did, which was the people at the research team were Jimena del Rio, Nidia Hernandez, and Romina de Leon. So I would like to thank to all of them. And also thank you for your attention. But we still have 5 minutes and 36 seconds, I think. So if anyone has any questions or comments, we can have them now. And you can also contact me on using whatever of this email or Twitter or Mastodon or, I don't know, handles. And also, you can also write on the discussion page of the Web2Sit project. And also on the Web2Sit project page, you have a section about contributions, what you can do to contribute. I mean, we can also discuss about this during the conference as well. But if you have any questions or comments now, okay. Thank you, thank you.
Check. I was going to ask, you told that you are planning to further develop them into Zotero, what are they? Translators. So I was wondering, for example, do you have in mind other outputs such as creating entries in Wikidata?
Sorry, can you restate that?
Creating entries, items in Wikidata for these citations, for these sources.
Okay, let's see if this replies your question, because again, we tried to keep the Web2Sit project as small as possible so that it's just an add-on for Cytoid. I do know that there are discussions around Cytoid. First, like if Cytoid should, for example, check whether there is an item on Wikidata for the item that is being cited and replace, for example, that citation with a CiteQ template that refers to the QID of that source, for example. Or also, like, if there is not an item yet, to create it. And also, I know there is also discussions about whether there shouldn't be an easier way to create a Wikidata item out of the Cytoid response. But because Web2Sit is an add-on to Cytoid, whatever is addressed on the Cytoid level would include Web2Sit. So if this is addressed, it makes no sense that we address this at the Web2Sit level. We should actually focus on addressing this at the Cytoid level, which is actually like below or above. I don't know, like, yeah. Okay, does this answer your question? Okay, thank you. And I think, yeah, I think we are, but you will kick me off. Why should I kick myself off? Oh, and just one last comment, because I made this look so easy. When you go to, like, for example, like a circus show and you see the people doing acrobatics and they're smiling and you say, oh, this is so easy, I should definitely try trapeze, and you go back to your home and you cannot believe like how somebody can do that. Well, you might have that feeling when you go back to your home or whatever and try to do it. Just, if possible, not be frustrated immediately and contact me, and I would be able to help you, hopefully, to sort it out. Okay, so I think we could just close it. So thank you very much for being here today, and looking forward to seeing you around the conference. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for coming. Yeah, so, let's begin here. We have a short time together. This is going to be a brief overview of the work we've done on Internet in a Box. So myself, Suyash, Tim Moody unfortunately couldn't make it here with us today. So to start with, I'm just going to show a quick video here of, let's see if the sound works. You might not be lucky enough. Do we have, oh, I think no, is that going to be the, I guess I should have tested this beforehand. Did you plug it in? Do you have a sound cable? Okay. Perfect. Okay, let's try that again. Yeah, I'm trying to unmute, but the unmute is under the slides. There we
go. A learning hotspot. It could be used on the beaches of Haiti, to the remote woods of northern Canada, to the Saharan desert in the central of Africa. It could also be used on a rocket ship headed to Saturn. This tiny, affordable server brings the internet's crown jewels of open source free education and knowledge, including Wikipedia, thousands of Khan Academy videos, zoomable OpenStreetMaps, electronic books, WordPress journaling, toys from trash electronics projects, and a whole lot more. Internet in a Box is being used around the world. You could build this offline digital library for your school, your medical clinic, your prison, your region, or your very own family. Accessible with any nearby smartphone, tablet, or laptop. We are very proud to be working side by side with schools, clinics, and libraries around the world. This free and powerful software can be easily installed on all types of hardware, from desktop computers to laptops, even a $35 Raspberry Pi. You don't need big, expensive equipment to run this lightweight software. Internet in a Box is a community-driven open source project that greatly welcomes contributions from educators, librarians, IT workers, developers, and anyone else that wants to contribute to the project. To get answers to many questions, please go to faq.iiab.io. Also, check us out on GitHub at github.com/IIAB.
Perfect. So, first question is, what is Internet in a Box? It's a very simple device. It's basically, what we're shipping as Wiki Project Med Foundation is we're shipping what you see in the picture there. I have one up here up front for those who wants to see an Internet in a Box. And what we're shipping is we're basically shipping a Raspberry Pi Zero W. It comes in a 3D printed plastic box held together by 4 screws. These boxes were donated by one of our volunteers within our movement. We put a 128 gigabyte SD card in this device, which is enough to hold all of English Wikipedia. So what you basically end up with, and as mentioned in that video, there's lots of content options from Khan Academy to other educational resources, including Wikipedia, including MDWiki. And this is what we're shipping around the world. We manufacture these devices in Canada. They weigh about 35 grams. We've shipped them to a whole bunch of countries. So currently we ship the devices at the cost of manufacturing. So we're shipping them for $50 US to high-income countries, and then we ship them for about $40 US. We ship them for $40 US for low and middle-income countries, and that includes the cost of shipping. So when we ship to high-income countries, we make about $5 on the cost. When we ship to low-income countries and middle-income countries, we lose about $5 per cost. And we charge the high-income countries a little bit more to make it less expensive for the low and middle-income countries. With respect to the number shipped, we began manufacturing and shipping these from Wiki Project Med Foundation. We began in 2017, so we've been doing this now for the last 5 years. Here's sort of the number of devices we've been shipping over the years, from 60 up to 80, dropped down a little bit during 2020, 2021, and now we have seen a recent increase in 2022 to about 50 devices. With respect to where we have shipped them, we've shipped them around the world, including Pakistan, Israel, Palestine, many places in the South Pacific, a number of countries in Africa, including the DRC, Botswana, Mali. The only places we have had trouble with devices arriving is Mexico. For some reason, the Mexico Postal Service just eats up the Internet's in a Box, and they never arrive at the final destination. But we've shipped devices to Kinshasa, and they've reached that destination. Sometimes it takes, shipping doesn't take 1-2 weeks like with Amazon. We're looking at shipping times closer to 1 to 3 months. With respect to the breakdown of costs of this device, the 128 gigabyte USD card costs about 20 USD. One of the issues with these devices, if you're going to make your own, is that there's lots of fake USD cards out there, and you need to make sure that you find an actual real USB card when you're making your device. The Raspberry Pis themselves, the Zero Ws, are about $15 US. If you buy them one at a time, they're less expensive than if you buy them in quantities. So, usually Raspberry Pi will only sell one of these cards to a person at a time, and they're like 10 to 12 US dollars. If you want to buy more than one, they increase the price to 15 US dollars each. So we're paying that sort of 15 US dollar per Raspberry Pi. And then shipping costs average out to about 10 US dollars to ship a package by airmail around the world. There's no tracking involved. It's just not worth paying that extra amount for tracking. One of the things we'd love to support is we'd love to support other people within our movement making these devices or assembling these devices and then distributing them locally in your own country or in your own region. and that could potentially cut down with, on some of the shipping costs and, sort of distribute the labor of assembling and manufacturing these devices. Now, we have, as I mentioned, we have an internet in a box here. If you guys pull out your phones and if you turn off your cellular data, you will see something called, you'll see Wi-Fi called Internet in a Box. And if you click on Internet in a Box, you will be able to log on to this miniature computer in my hand, and you will see the two slices of information there. One is MD-Wiki, which is sort of a medical version of Wikipedia, and the other one is the whole English language Wikipedia. So once you, with some people's phones, Active Portal will pop up, and that will bring you to the home page of Internet in a Box. On other phones, you need to open your browser, and you need to type in http://box.lan. And we've written that on all the boxes that we distribute, just to help people get to that starting point. Make sure there's no S. The S stands for security. That requires online access to get an HTTPS site working. So all we've managed to do to get around that, we're just using HTTP. It's also possible to look at what the site looks like online. So you can, sort of view a version of what's on the box or one version of the box by going to HTTPS, the lower link there, //iab.me/home, and you can see an example of what we're shipping. We will often customize these versions for different folks and add specific languages if people are interested in having boxes with specific languages. Anybody manage to log on? Few folks? Yeah. It's a little slow. This is a Raspberry Pi Zero W. One of the reasons why we went with this very lightweight server is, one is, the cost is low. Two is that they're super small and they're easy to ship. And, they come in just a normal envelope. So, the people at customs won't realize it's something expensive and thus won't go exploring people's mail most of the time, except for Mexico. Okay, so that's sort of my overview of how Internet in a Box has done this last year. I want to invite my colleague Suyash to come speak about some of the modifications he's making.
Thank you, James. Thank you, everyone, for coming here. So yeah, like James introduced that device very well. And while exploring this device and using in real things, so we realized that something it is good that the size is very small, and sometimes it is challenging because if you want to place it in public places, then size may be a challenge. So let me introduce myself. My name is Suyash Dwivedi. Basically, I'm from India. And yeah, I'm currently having a vice chair as a Commons Photographer User Group, and I also serve at FCOM. So I think this slide is already covered, that what is Internet in a Box, so I am skipping. And first image you can see that is already there, and second one is a little bigger size with the enclosure where we can put it into the public places. And the third slide is how it looks like to your mobile screen. The good thing of this device is that you can build your own. It doesn't require much engineering. If you have a colleague of some techie colleague, so he can guide you how to build this, and all the resources related how to build it is available. So basically, during using this particular devices, I found three problems. Not problems, but enhancement, which can improve the performance of device. First thing is that like each and every other computers, it should have some hardware-based shutdown, because you cannot directly plug out and shut it down. So first problem was that we need to put some hardware-based shutdown system. Another one was the enclosure, because if you want to place it in, like I earlier said, in the public places, like it is really very useful for the places like a hospital where people are waiting with their patients, and they want to explore more about the disease or anything extra, so they can utilize that waiting time. And third thing, because since it is primarily focused to those places where internet is a limit, so same places sometimes powers is also challenge. So these were the three challenges. So this is solution number one. There is a very tiny, it's a hardly 20-cent add-on device where you can put a switch and wait for 5 seconds. If you keep pressing for 5 seconds, hardware will get properly shut down. And this is a quick click how this hardware means this Raspberry Pi. The left one is the Raspberry Pi Zero, which currently we are using this device. And the middle one is Raspberry Pi 4 version, which has more memory, and it can covers and speed you can get the more speed. So yeah, this is the quick solution. All you need to put one momentary switch, one LED indicator. This is optional. It will indicate that whether your machine is running, and whenever you press this little button, it will flash for few seconds. It will be giving a indication that it is going to be shut down, and that's it. So a little Python script is written for this, and it is also available on GitHub. Okay, I'll make sure that this slide will be available on Commons, so you can go through that link also. So coming to the next solution, that is enclosure. So enclosure was, as I earlier said, that sometimes the little size is challenging, and we are very thankful to our colleague who is donating this 3D printed enclosure. But here is a very quick acrylic-based enclosure, which you can, this design is already available on Commons, so you can simply go to the acrylic 3D cutter center and get these enclosures. Like I earlier said, that I have shared all the links and codes related to that printed circuit board, which helps you to make this device hardware shutdown things, and along with this design of the acrylic sheets. Third thing was solar-based power supply systems. So we are just thinking, and we are into the process where we are trying to make these devices powered by the solar energy, so that it can run along, and you can put these devices to your local village pumps, not the Wikipedia village pump, but the real one, where you can utilize these devices not only for the education purpose, but you can also, these devices can also serve to the farmers to know what type of crops are there and what type of diseases are coming, and its remedy, and so and so. So even it will be very helpful as a information tool that these types of grants are available for the farmers, or these types of applications or the farms are available. They can simply download, and then they can use it. And that's it. So this third one, the challenge is under process. Any questions? Yeah, please.
Thank you, both of you, for this wonderful presentation. So the question is that these devices are for those people who don't have internet availability. So what if when we talk about villages where there is no internet, but if there is no internet, the smartphones are also challenges there. So how we are going to tackle these problem? If any village don't have problem, sorry, don't have internet, there must be no good smartphone. And this work with smartphone, na? So how you are going to tackle this problem?
Yeah, you know, one use case of this was in Central America, where you know the medical students would train in the large cities where they had access to lots of resources, and then once these students graduated from medical school, they were sent out to regions of Central America where there was no internet access. So all of a sudden, you have all these newly graduated physicians who have no access to the resources that they're used to having, and you know, they're starting out in their career and they know barely anything. And so, you know, that was a perfect use case, as, you know, these students already had, these newly minted doctors already had excellent cell phones, but they just all of a sudden were in a region where there was no access. And, you know, we're starting to see people in many regions where there's not great internet access, and yet they still have smartphones. You know, getting smartphones to everyone, you know, that's not going to be a solution that's going to come from us, but there are, you know, lots of efforts, specifically in India and other locations, where large companies are working to make inexpensive cell phones that can be distributed to as many as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Ruby from Ghana. I'm very much intrigued about the work that you are doing regarding internet, because I understand from my background how this is a very big problem. What I want to understand with the device that you're using, I want to know how many people can use it at the same time. And secondly, do you program the content on it before you ship it? And what happens if the content needs to be updated? Do they ship it back for an update? Yeah, so that's just basically what I wanted to know.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'll take the first part of the question. So if you open up this device, so at a time 32 people can join. And if you use some kind of extender like Wi-Fi extender, then you can means more people can log in at the same time. And yeah, second part, yes.
Yep. So, you know, with respect to the updating of content, so, you know, we compile these and fill up the SD card before we ship them. So it's shipped with English Wikipedia and generally other resources already installed. And then with respect to updating, you know, it's difficult to get updates. You know, in the olden days when we used encyclopedias, you know, we had less expectations around the encyclopedia being updated in the prior months or weeks. You know, we would use the same set of encyclopedias for months, years, you know, even a decade at a time. And, you know, that was seen as being reasonably up to date. You know, with respect to providing updates, you know, I know in Papua New Guinea, there's a gentleman who's bought a whole bunch of these devices to distribute around the country. And one of the things he struggles with is the internet in his location simply isn't good enough to download the entire Wikipedia for offline use. So when he wants an update, he just simply emails me. He sends me another SD card, or, you know, I grab one of my SD cards, I put new content on it, I mail him a new SD card. And then he just pulls up the old SD card and he plugs in the new SD card and he continues on with the updated version. But how often do you need to update it? You know, probably every couple of years is more than sufficient.
Yeah, hi. I'm Dhaval. I'm one of the Gujarati Indic Wikipedian. A couple of questions here. One is the stats. The boxes that Suyash said, which he is assembling or his team is assembling, are they the same boxes or numbers are the same within what your graph was showing, or they're out of that number? Because I see your list of countries included India as well. So that's one thing. The other is the stats of usage. Have you ever tried to conduct that kind of survey, that how many people logged in, different IPs recorded, etc., just as an interesting piece of stats?
Yep. So you know, we did have a manufacturer / assembler of these devices in India. It was called ThingBits, and they made a bunch and they distributed a bunch from India to India. But we're not quite sure why they're no longer doing so. So So we're looking for someone else in India interested in taking on that work. These stats do not include the numbers distributed by someone other than us at Wiki Project Med Foundation. So that's the first part of the question. What was the second part again?
How widely they are used, like once you have distributed that data?
Yep. So, ourselves and Jorge did a study in Nigeria with respect to usage of these devices. They were our previous versions, so they only had like a 32 gigabyte SD card. They didn't contain the full Wikipedia, and we gathered some data around usage from. They were put in health clinics in Nigeria, and there was decent usage. But the only way to actually calculate usage is you need to get the device back.
Yeah.
Before you can pull the numbers off, right? And most of the time we're not doing that. We did that for that small trial in Nigeria, but that's the only, yeah.
And sorry, just one last quick question. Do the Raspberry Pi that we use, does it support the other languages or the scripts, etc.? When I say scripts, the scripts in which we write, other than English or Latin script?
Yeah. So there's a massive quantity of content you can pick from to put on the device. You can pick any language of Wikipedia that you want, and you can put it on the device.
Thank you.
Hey, hi James. Hi Surajji. It's a great project. Like it sounds very interesting. So is this only being used to consume the knowledge by using this particular data in mobile devices, or is there also plans to also give back the knowledge using this device, using editing and stuff?
Yeah. So if you log onto the Internet in a Box that we have sitting up here, you can there's 3 different modules on there. There's MDWiki, there's Wikipedia, and there's a blank MediaWiki install. And you can actually open that blank MediaWiki install, and you can start writing on there yourself. And when you hit save, you'll be saving and changing that version of MediaWiki that exists upon that individual box. We don't have a method yet for that material to flow back into Wikipedia, but if you were to take a class, have a class work on that one version of an article on that Internet in a Box, then you could theoretically take it to some place where internet exists, and you could re-put that into Wikipedia.
Great, thank you.
Complicated and requires some legwork. Perfect. Any other questions?
I saw that was like what, $50 or $40, right? But do you have like a paid forward sort of thing or a donation account where if I don't need it, but I think maybe someone's needed, I could sort of put something in?
Yeah, certainly. So, the distribution of the device is supported by a 50c3 New York-based NGO called Wiki Project Med Foundation. If you look at Wiki Project Med Foundation, if you go to like mdwiki.org, there's a donate button, and you can donate to the charity that will support the distribution of these devices. We've also seen many people, like some devices have ended up in Cuba, and people in Ireland bought Internets in a Box. I shipped them to Ireland, and then they put them in their suitcase and they carried them to Cuba, and then they fired them up in Cuba. So some region of the world, people are they need to carry them across borders. I imagine the same would be required for like North Korea, as the post is probably well checked there. Whether or not someone would bring in a device and sort of set it up somewhere, that would be a possibility. So. And yeah, with respect to Suyesh's idea, we're looking at steps to make standalone devices where you have the battery included, you have a solar panel included, you have a bigger box, that can protect the device, and sort of having something that's just ready to go out in a place where there is no electricity, where there is no internet access, and sort of you could put this in the center of a village, and this could be sort of your town pump where people could access a library. Well, thank you everyone for coming.
Thank you.
And Ruby, are you up next? Excellent. So we have another Kiwix / Internet in a Box sort of related talk. Did you want USB-C?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
If anybody's interested in getting a device, they can simply, reach out to
Because
me.
I didn't update the link on the page. Like, I just updated the link on
Yeah,
the
I just
page.
downloaded. So I whatever it is,
Okay.
I deleted it and just downloaded it.
You can go to MD Wiki or you go to Wikipedia, you can find further details about Internet in a Box. There's sort of instructions on how to order them pre-assembled. There's also instructions on how to make your own sort of a step-by-step process.
For us, $40.
And the only way we accept payment right now is PayPal.
Just press this.
You know, we might be able to figure out other payment methods if that's difficult.
Sorry for taking your time. So my name is Ruby Dameshi Brown from Ghana, and I'm the Senior Programs Officer at the Open Foundation West Africa. I'm here with my colleague, Eugene.
Eugene Masiku, Communications Officer, Open Foundation West Africa.
And some KWIX ambassadors. We have Pearl. Pearl, you can introduce yourself. I think Azelo and then Carol. Yeah. So today we're here to share with you how we've been going about the KWIX for School project. Some of you may be curious why is it that we're interested in this project and what are we doing with it? So this project, as Wikimedians, we've been contributing to a lot of projects that are online, and most of the time, they are very useful information that students can use. But then, because of internet challenges, they are not able to access this kind of content. So we're thinking, how can they access the content for their educational purposes? And so we came up with the KWIX for Schools. And just to talk, this presentation will share with you how we've been going about that project, just in case some of you want to establish similar projects in your community. I think one of the things that have really inspired us to do this project also is because we're saying that internet is a human right. And also, the UN has proclaimed 28 September as the International Day for Universal Access to the information online. But why are we not still able to access information in spite of all this legislation that has been established? And so we're also seeing that the internet penetration rate in Africa is kind of still a challenge. Although we've reached about 43%, there's still a long way to go. But even with the progress that have been made, we also realized that there are a lot of challenges that still persist, and that has to do with high internet costs. Because in the places that we have internet, we're seeing that internet cost is also a big challenge. And so another interesting challenge that we're seeing in our part of the world is the fact that devices are expensive. Not every student have access to devices. Not every parent can afford devices for their kids. And so for most school students, they rely on the devices that they use in school and not at home. And another interesting thing is the digital device. If you come to the urban areas, you find students having access to devices than when you go to the rural areas. So there are a whole lot of challenges. And one interesting research that was done by Statistica some few years ago, somewhere in 2021, we realized how expensive internet data bundle is in Africa. And even, for example, in the Central African Republic, internet cost 1 gigabyte. And all of us know how many gigabytes we need every month, okay? 1 gigabyte is equivalent to 24% of an average income of the people in that country. And this is not just the country. There are a lot of countries in Africa that cannot match up with the cost of internet, and so they would rather not be online. And we're also seeing another research that is saying that we need about 428 million to solve our internet connectivity issues. Billions. I don't know when that is going to happen. So while we're not waiting for that, we realized that when the pandemic happened, we sort of tried to adjust to work on things online. And we realized that even in the Wikimedia movement, we saw a dramatic shift, even in our community, because people were not comfortable with online stuff. They always wanted in person. But it looks like now people actually prefer the online trainings. They like to attend events online than even in person. Okay, so even though COVID is not so much of a good thing, but it brought that kind of innovation and adaptation into the new way of life. And let me go to the next slide. So what exactly is KWIX? A lot of people will be wondering, what is KWIX? What is it about? So KWIX is a free, open source offline web browser that brings internet connectivity to millions around the world. So It's a software, sort of like if you download an app or something like that. So it allows you to read online content offline. So once you download, we'll demonstrate it to you so that everybody can go back home knowing how to navigate the Kiwi software. So what that means is that it allows you to browse online content offline. Okay, so any kind of online content, whether it's a YouTube video, whether it's a website, whatever it is, you can turn it and use it offline. Okay. So some of the content that we make available on KWIX, especially for students, are tech ed, FET, biography, chemistry, physics, English, Wiktionary, Wikipedia, and Wikipedia is so big, so we don't try to put everything on it, but we try to be selective. Like if it's about medical stuff, then we're going for Wikimed, or if it's about biology, we're going for biology. Okay, so we try to tailor it to specific content, depending on who is using it. So KWIX, someone wonder what about KWIX? Actually, we at Open Foundation is not the one creating KWIX, but there's an organization called KWIX as well. So if you go online, you can be able to read more about them. It's also a nonprofit organization. So talking about the KWIX for School project, how we're going about it. This started as a volunteer activity, like random volunteer activity, and I think the first person who introduced KWIX in the African continent was Felix Nati. That was way back in 2016, and we had other volunteers like Maxwell also doing volunteer activities with KWIX. But then we thought that this actually is a very good and useful thing, so why don't we turn it into a program, train people, more volunteers to be able to take KWIX to their schools. And so we looked at, we didn't just go and do it, but we tried to pilot it to understand how useful that is for schools before we actually like go into making it a program. And we realized that even through KWIX, we are trying to even create awareness of Wikipedia, because a lot of people still didn't know anything about Wikipedia. So through KWIX, we are able to introduce students to Wikipedia and its open platform to sort of like create awareness, get them to thinking about it before they get to university. Because most of the people who are even at the university don't even know there's a community behind Wikipedia, even though we're using it. Okay, so this is a very great way. We also realized that most of the people don't know that there's something like that exists, that they could use in their schools. So yeah, so how we have done it, we did it through a KWIX mini fund program. So what we do is that we leverage on volunteer capacity because of how we want to sustain the program. The program is modeled around volunteers. And so what we do is that we reach out to volunteers in our community who are interested to doing education programs, because we realize that not everybody is interested in the same projects in the Wikimedia movement. There are people who are also passionate about education projects, and we want to take that opportunity to schools in their communities. And so we reach out with a KWIX mini fund program where volunteers apply to be trained. So once they apply, we train them. We take them through how they can navigate the KWIX platform. We give them that training and what they can train the students when they get to the school. And we also support them with a mini fund that supports their transportation and basic feeding and all of that, because if you have to travel to your school and talk to teachers, try to install it, it's, volunteers' time and all of that. So that's how we've modeled the program around capacity building, showing them how to go about it, empowering them, and they also taking it into the school. And through this, we have volunteers spread across Ghana. So we realized that by giving each volunteer
the opportunity in different regions, we've been able to impact this project in the respective regions. Okay, so that nobody have to travel from the northern region to southern region to do KWIX. That's going to cost us a lot of money, but rather those in the communities were empowered to do that. So there are interesting things that we've learned, and I want to share them with you. For the past 2 years, and I think this is the third year, we're still trying to gather data for this year, but for 2021 and 2022, we've been able to train about 777 students on how to use KWIX, because when they take KWIX to the schools, the volunteers need to train them on how to navigate it on the computers in their school. So we've been able to train 777 students. Looking at the gender disparities, like, I think it's kind of close. And another thing that we also realized is the number of computers is about 395 that we've installed so far. And we also tried to take some statistics about whether they use the internet, whether they've heard about Wikipedia, whether they've heard about KWIX, and these are the statistics that you're seeing, those that said yes and those that said no, okay? And we also seen a very sharp gap, a dramatic gap between the student population versus computer usage. We realized that, versus working computer, we realized that in as much as we want to do this, there are not many devices to serve the students' population. There's still very few devices, yet huge student population, and that's what we face almost all the places that we've been to. Okay, so this is also very critical, and I think we also reached out to KWIX to connect us with partners that donate computers. So these are some of the ways that we want to solve this kind of problem. Like, there are organizations that donate laptops and all of that. I think these kind of partnerships are something that are really beneficial to solving some of these issues. So this is the ratio I'm talking about. So you look at so this is the student population, and this is the number of computers that is serving the population. Okay, so there's that kind of huge gap. So let me go forward. So there are other challenges that we also encountering during this project. And apart from the unmatched student to computer ratios, we are also seeing localized content is also a problem, because a lot of the contents that the students actually need, we have general content that can complement their education, that can help them to do research, but students also need the kind of localized content that their teachers are teaching them. And so we're also seeing that gap. And I think Wikimedia, we're also doing some project, the Wikidata for Education project, trying to model the Ghanaian curriculum on Wikidata. And we're hoping that some of these projects like this can help to solve this kind of challenges. Then some of the content are not supported. So you would need to look at content that you can. There was one past question that we're trying to turn into a SIM file. The way that it was created, that website was created, is not compatible for. And also, you need to be careful with copyright, because if the website is not so open, and you can run into issues if that person gets to know that maybe you are using that website without permission or something like that. So you might want to also be careful with copyright. So beyond Ghana, this year we launched the KWIX for School Africa Mentorship Program. When we did our session in Wikimania last year, we realized that a lot of African communities saw the need for a program like this in their community. And so we thought that why don't we give opportunity to other African communities to also participate, build capacity. We get to know what it is and how to navigate it. And so we launched the Careers for School Africa Mentorship Program, and we have, out of the 100 people that were enrolled on this program, we had 64 participants from 20 countries that have been trained and are Careers ambassadors, trying to do some of the similar projects in their communities. So currently we are piloting the project in South Sudan, Nigeria, DR Congo, Burundi, Tanzania. Yeah, we have Peggy who is here to do some practical demonstration for us as an ambassador, because we want to, show, give the opportunity for our ambassadors to show the world that they know how to do what they know how to do best. So there are lots of learnings. I think if you get access to the slide, you can be able to read some of the things that people have learned from the program and what you're saying about it. So how we went about the program, we adopted a self-paced platform. And the reason why we adopted that kind of hybrid model was because of different time zones. And as we're here, it's about 4 p.m. and I think it's like morning or something like that in Ghana. And so, we all have different time zones. We cannot force everyone to attend a live session. So we adopted that kind of pattern. And it was kind of helpful when we took the feedback. These are some of the feedback, 90%. So the self-paced learning platform was a very instrumental way of impacting them, bringing them in the program. And the platform had videos. So it had the text and it also had videos to train people. So those of you who are interested to explore that platform and give us your feedback, we'll be happy. And also, we're also learning that there's a learning platform also in Wikimedia. So we want to explore that as well for the next training to see how that can also be helpful for the Wikimedia community so that everyone can also, take the course themselves and then see how they can, it can help them. Yeah, so I don't want to go through the feedback, all this feedback, but I want to also give the opportunity to usually to talk to you about the book exchange booth briefly, and maybe some of you can get an idea of what it is. But in the meantime, Peggy, let's do the practicals. Yeah.
So thank you, Ruby. I think we should all clap for Ruby. She did a good job. Thank you. So Peggy would, I'll just briefly talk about the book exchange booth, and then Peggy will go straight into the practicals on how exactly we can install KWix. So as an open organization, we realized that there's a huge gap with regards to reading in Ghana, because there was the statistics that said that out of 10 children in Ghana, about only 3 people are actively reading. And we saw it as a challenge. So our co-founders, one of our co-founders traveled outside the country. He went to Czech Republic, and he saw a booth. He came across a booth, and he noticed that people were just standing by the booth and then opening books. He didn't, understand why they were doing that, so he went to inquire. When he went there, he realized that people actually place books in the booth for free, and other people can also, come and take the books just in case they need them. So we adopted that style and realized that since we are trying to bridge the reading culture gap in Ghana, why not do something like this? So we had a structure in our office, a wooden structure, but we realized that it couldn't suit the theme we wanted, so we had to deploy the services of a carpenter. We gave him the design. He painted it beautifully to the color of pink. So we just created a poster called the book exchange booth. On the right, you can see donate book. On the left, you can see pick a book. So we pitched this idea to some educational institutions. So we got a partnership with a bookstore called the EPP Books. So they donated some books to us. So with our first project, we used the books that EPP Books donated to us. We also got a donation of books from ARA Ghana. ARA also gave us books that we could also put in the booth. So we put the booth at the mall, and we're happy to partner with a children store at the mall, mainly because most of the books were related to educational stuff. And if you would want to build the foundation of a child or the educational foundation of a child, you might start towards a book. So we realized that this partnership with the Ara shop was a perfect partnership for us. So we situated the booth at their shop, where we see a lot of kids just patronizing the book. So this is just a brief intro about the book exchange. But if you want more information about that, you can contact any of us. Thank you so much.
So we're just going to demonstrate to you briefly how you can download KWix yourself and how you can turn an online content offline. So a brief demonstration, and then, you don't necessarily need a Raspberry Pi to have KWix, but you can have KWix on your pen drive or on your computer. Yeah.
Hi everyone. Oh, sorry. Hi everyone. My name is Pelagia from Tanzania. I'm a KWix ambassador from Tanzania. So I'll take you direct to how to download the KWix, how to have it either in your phone or your PC. For today, I'll do a demonstration on how to have it on your PC. So first thing, you have to go to the website. You just write kiwix.org. This one. Once you're in there, you have to go to download. Then before download, you have to check. KWix, it comes with it has two things. First, you have to download the reader. Then second, you have to download the content. So for the first, you have to go for a reader. You go here, reader. So if you want to, you have to select which platform do you want to download. Do you have a phone or Windows or Mac or Linux as an operating system, or browser, or Raspberry Pi? So for us today, I have my laptop is in Windows format. My operating system is Windows. So if you want to know where you want to download your KWix, you have to check operating system of your device. So I want to download for Windows. So you just select Windows. Then after that, you have to check the processor, a processor type. Processor type. If you want to know your PC or processor type of your machine, you have to go to this PC. You right-click it, then properties. This one here. Mine is 64 bits, so you go direct for 64 bits. Just click 64. Then here you go, you just check it's downloading. While it's downloading, you can find the file. The file is in zipped format. So you have to, once it's done, you have to unzip it. It is zipped. So if it's a Windows device, you need to have a WinZip. And for Mac, you just need to double click it and it will open. So once it's downloading, this is it's just a reader. Then later on, we'll go to download for the content. KWix just come with as a reader. Then later on, you need to download the content to access it offline. So, yeah. Can I add something while it's downloading? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it is regarding you. I know it's a reader, right?
Yeah.
But if I want to, see, if I want to convert any website to make it readable, is there any tool where we can?
Yeah, we'll go through.
Maybe I'm too early. That's why I please.
Yeah, step by step. It's almost there.
So we'll do that demonstration briefly.
So while it's downloading, at the end, once it's done, you need to find a destination of your folder. Some other times you can go to download, C drive. So for ours, once done, we have to check where's the downloaded content, a destination. So it's done. You click on the folder icon. you find it's in this in C drive. We call it C drive. So it's also in download. So as you see, this file it's zipped. So you need to unzip it. So if you want to unzip first, you need to find a location to destination for your unzipped file. So I need to create like a folder in the desktop. I'll call it, let's say, Kiwix unzipped, let's say. Sorry. Thereafter, I'll go to my zipped file, my downloads, let's say. Then I'll right-click the zipped file, then extract files. You have to extract it. Then you find out the destination. I created a folder on the desktop, so you find a destination. I called it Kiwix Unzipped. So you just select, then open. My file was in desktop, so once it's done, you find the file, the folder, it will be like unzipped. So you just open it. Sorry, just open it, and you have to find like a Kiwix icon. We call it executable file. Once you open it, it's like you can open the tool software. So you just find the Kiwix icon. Then you double click it. This is my previous work, so I have to remove the content. Yeah, once done, this is the Kiwix software. This is the reader. It's come with no content. So once it's done, you need to find a content to be there so that you access it offline with no internet later. So we're done with the reader. We go back for the content. Are we good? Yeah. So we go back to the content. Just go to the same website, kiwix.org. Let me go back. Sorry. Kiwix.org. Then you go to downloads, content. We now go to content. Now you need to have to access content which you want. For instance, you want to access content for Wiki Dictionary, let's say Wikipedia, for example, let's say Wikipedia content. Here we have so many files for, like in general, Wikipedia, we have more than 100 GB. So when we start to download 100 GB, it's too huge. So we just find a small file. Like let's say we go for dictionary. Let's say we go for Wiki Dictionary. We find a small file, it says a GB. Okay. Okay. So we can find just a small size file like this one. We go to download. Then if you want to download just direct, you go to direct. It will download. It's just a small file, so it won't take so long. So we are done. Here's the file to find it in downloads. So once we're done with the contents downloading, you just go to the reader. Now we need to access content offline. So you go to the reader, Kiwix, then you just click to the this icon. Then you go to your contents now. This one.
It's gone off.
Sorry.
Give me a thumbs up if it's okay. Have idea.
Okay, sorry. So let me go back. So you just click this icon from Kiwix Reader. Then you have to access the content which you want to access offline. We downloaded this file, Wiki Dictionary, this one. So just click it and open. Here we are. Now, here we are offline. We just connected the Wi-Fi, but you don't need internet to access this file. Now we are offline. We're not using internet to access the content. Yeah, there we are. So, okay.
So there's also the question that he asked, how do you turn into zip file? We're going to go there. Yeah. Yeah. So if you have a link online, show us how.
Okay. How to make a zip file? You just go to like a site known as Zimit. Just write Zimit. Here we are. A Zimit. First, you have to copy a website which you want to Zimit. As let's say we deal with a Khan Academy for students. Let's say Khan Academy, it has so many things for studies. So you just choose what you want to Zimit. So let's say we want to Zim this pre-grade academic kids. It's a learning site. So it's upon you what you want to Zim. So let's say we want to Zim Khan Academy for kids. You just copy your website, the site. You copy, then you go to Zimit. You paste that. Then you have to write your email. So that once it's done, they will yes. Let's Zim it. So here, it depends on the size of the content. It might take some time to reply you back this is done. Let me give it as an example. We did this for Khan Academy. Once they're done, you will get this kind of an email.
Providing the link of download.
Yes. Once it's done.
Second, that's a little bit technical one. Can we merge two zip files? Like
the same thing.
I think for merging, you can't merge them. But what you can do is that you can categorize them in your KWix reader. Yeah, just to make it easier for the viewer. Yes. And note that it has to be under open license because to avoid any issues. Okay.
So some of the content on KWix itself has been zimmed already. So what you need to do is just download it. So if they are useful for you, you can just download it. But then if there are websites that you think are also very useful but are not zipped already, then this is the producer. Zimit. So that's why you request for offline downloads.
This one.
Yeah. So it could be YouTube videos, it could be like anything that works. Yeah.
Is it possible to Zim specifically
Yeah, your mic is off.
Hello? Okay, good. I said, is it possible to Zim just a course, not all the Khan academic content? I don't know. Is it possible to do it?
Yes. So
Because
if you
for
looked
me-
at the
Okay.
how she went about it, you see Khan Academy website itself can be zimmed, the whole entire Khan Academy. But then we don't, depending on the audience that you're serving, a lot of it might not be useful. So what she did was she selected the site. So for instance, maths for preschool.
You just select
So the URL that allows you to access that is what she sent. Okay, so then you don't have to download the entire Khan Academy. Yeah.
Thank you. For example, on Wikipedia, can I select some articles and try to Zim just this article? Is it possible to do it?
It's very possible. So you go to the article and click that link for the particular article, and it's going to give you the Zim file for that particular article, and that's it. So you can have selected articles for various use. And also to note, to inform you that KWix is not just for students or schools. You can use it personally. Okay, so it can be for personal use. It can be for a community library, a digital library. Just find any way that works for you.
My last question. You said for the implementation of the project, the first cohort, you find some gaps, like gaps of materials, like a PC, a laptop. For this cohort, what do you do to ensure that, to close this gap and ensure that all this in a school for implementation, all the students will have access to the material and to have access to keywords for their education? Thank you.
I think, thank you so much. I think what we're also seeing regarding the device challenge, device gap, there are not many devices in the school, but we're also seeing that teachers also really need the content to do their research, and they use mobile phones. But the challenge with the way that we are implementing the project is that we use pen drives to install on each computer in the school. So we have to download it in each computer using a pen drive. And that also brings a limitation, because if someone bought a phone, they wouldn't be able to access it. So one of the solutions that we're seeing for this kind of challenge is using a Raspberry Pi, which sort of like tethers like an internet, like the internet in a box method can be a solution to, or a complement like to the work that we're already doing. So with the Raspberry Pi, if you put it in the school, anybody can just connect to it, and that solves the issue. Yeah, I think you have a last question.
Yeah,
We're
actually.
almost done. Time. Yeah.
Just quick question. Actually, he was asking that whether we can have a list of, Wikipedia articles which we can zim it.
Yeah.
So I guess that the best thing will be just create a category, put all the articles in that, and then zim it. So that's that. And it's a really very cool project, and I'm eager to work further with
Yes,
this. Thank you.
we're also happy to work with you since we're doing the same thing. Thank
Sorry.
you. I think Isela wants to say the last thing.
Okay, just to add that, I think this is a good chance for us to make awareness of Wikipedia and everything which is going on Wikipedia by being offline.
Okay. I'm sorry, we are much.
No, I just wanted to add that what she just said, we normally have internet connectivity issue. This is a very great tool to use, because with it, you don't need to bother yourself about internet. You don't even need to bother yourself about buying data. So just use the Kiwis app and you're good to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for attending the session. So currently this room is going to be used for Muslim prayer. So we will need you to carry your conversation outside. Yeah, so those that